Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your understanding and your patience. Let me open today's conference. Welcome to the Státní Akta Hall of the Chamber of Deputies, and I would also like to welcome guests following us online. This is the European Diversity Day, which is the, let's say, end of the EU Diversity Month, which is a month during which various stakeholders have been celebrating diversity, and under the motto "Building Bridges," they built bridges, indeed, between businesses themselves. They shared good practices, and they also tried to build some more bridges with civil society. Bridges are also a symbol. It's a symbol of a bridge to the future which brings new challenges, obviously in terms of the geopolitical situation too, but it also brings new challenges for the labor market. New types of works, new challenges are emerging, digitalization, automation, etc. So building bridges is the motto. Compared to last year, there are many of us present in person. I recently watched the video from last year's, and last year there were only two people present here, the presenter and one of the guests. So we're very happy to see all of you here, and there are more differences compared to last year. Last year, we were basically taking stock of 2 years of COVID. This year, however, we are talking about the new challenges for diversity, which is the refugee crisis triggered by the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So there have been many new challenges, so there is no time for us to rest. New challenges emerge every year. This is also an opportunity for us to take a look at diversity as something that is necessary, that is a natural part of our lives, and that we need to disseminate as much as possible. In the Czech Republic, we currently have more than 200,000 people coming in from Ukraine who will need to be integrated into the Czech society. So that will be one of the leading topics for today. My name is Petra Schwarzkowska. I am the PR manager in the public sector, and I'm currently working for the Migration Consortium, which is responsible for the Help Ukraine platform. Before then, I worked at the Institute of International Relations, and I also am a journalist. I work articles for Heroin, which is one of the media partners today. And I also co-create a podcast called Women and the Barriers in the Society. I'm a mother of 2 daughters. Today's conference is co-organized by Business for Society, which is the national coordinator of the Diversity Charter, which is something we will be talking about in much more detail later on. Today's conference is sponsored by the Speaker of the Deputy of the Chamber of Deputies, Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, who will be joining us later on at the end of the morning session for the signing ceremony. This conference is also being supported by the European Commission, DG Justice, and I would also like to mention the main partners behind me: Gasnet, Komerční banka, Albert, Czech Republic, and Provident Financial. Those are the main partners. Thank you very much for your support. As I've mentioned, we also have a media partner, which is a lifestyle magazine called Heroin. And now let me ask our first guest speaker to come forward and open this conference. It's Deputy Minister of Science, Research and Innovation, Ms. Jana Hablikova. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be able to welcome you as the first speaker to this conference, both here in the hall and online. I'm convinced that the reason why we meet here is a good cause. It's a cause that we all need to support, and given the current conditions, not only here but also globally, it becomes even more important. During my professional career, I've been working with the concepts of diversity, open-mindedness, and cooperation with people, regardless of barriers, for a number of years. And that's what I would like to draw on in my current position. Let me share with you some remarks and comments that I have gathered when I was first contacted by the organizers and asked to introduce and open this conference. As the previous speaker has said, today's topic is building bridges. Obviously, that has a time dimension to it, but what we need to keep in mind is that building bridges goes hand in hand with taking an effort, making an effort to build those bridges, because building bridges also means that you need to overcome some barriers, psychological or physical. And today we're going to talk about why this is necessary and that it brings something to all of us, not just the recipients of our help and support. I'm very glad about the fact that the Diversity Charter has been in place since 2014, and that it brings benefits to employers all over Europe and more than 17,000 employees as well. And it has become much more widespread in the Czech Republic too, and I believe that we currently have about 72 signatories in the Czech Republic. These topics are so important because, as we have mentioned before, there are a lot of challenges for society and mega trends that are becoming faster and faster. And so we need to be able to also respond faster and faster, much faster than before, and we cannot delay. Especially in the Czech Republic, where I've had many interesting experiences in this respect. People often say that Czechs are tolerant as a society, but I believe that we are quite conservative, actually, in many aspects. And so this is definitely something that we need to work on. Such as, for example, the gender pay gap and providing employment to citizens over the age of 55, employment of mothers with young children below the age of 6, the number of informal carers also who are forced to leave the labor market and who don't only have to take care of their own children, but also, for example, their parents. Then there is the question of the sustainability of the healthcare system and the social care system, welfare system. Now, moving on to my area of expertise, only 27% of researchers in the Czech Republic are female on the Czech labor market, and that's very little. And that's something we would like to focus on too. From my point of view, innovations and inclusion go hand in hand with research and innovation and science. Research and innovation are universal. The topics science and research and innovation institutions deal with are the same in Europe, in Asia, in Latin America, everywhere. And open-mindedness, which is needed for research and discovering new things, is very close to innovative thinking and to building bridges between groups and an inclusive approach. All that can be linked very well and interconnected very well. Given the experience that we already have with the COVID-19 pandemic and also from the war in Ukraine, show very clearly how important it is to have a, let's say, general empathy and open-mindedness, but also how important it is to be firm in our approach and attitudes so we can move on. At the office of the government in the Czech Republic, we have been trying to provide as much assistance as possible in the context of the Ukrainian crisis. We are currently helping integrate Ukrainian researchers and scientific workers, including not only employment consultancy, but also childcare, giving them opportunities to join research programs already underway and providing assistance to research institutions so they can integrate Ukrainian scientists and researchers coming here, but also PhD students, for example. And that's not all. In terms of science and research, we need to focus more on work-life balance. We need to provide support to young researchers and scientists and to support talent. Because all of the challenges we are facing right now require that we act fast. We cannot afford to waste time or ignore new talents, because that would be a loss to all of us. And that's why I believe that in terms of inclusion and innovation, they bring extreme added value. So once again, let me repeat that I'm so happy to be able to open this conference. I'm excited to see how many participants we have and also to see the guest list. And as a citizen of this country, I wish conferences like this one would contribute to improving life for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to ask Pavel Stern, the director of the Business for Society program, to come forward. Business for Society, as many of you have noticed, is the patron and organizer of this conference, and I would like to ask him to introduce the Diversity Index, first introduced in 2018. And this is the first public presentation of the results of the index, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you all to this year's European Diversity Day. Thank you very much for coming here, and at the same time I'm happy that we also are followed by many people online, both in the Czech Republic as well as in many other countries. First of all, I would like to excuse our director, Mrs. Němcová, who was not able to come today for family reasons, so I'm going to speak on her behalf as well. Now, Madam Deputy Minister had an amazing speech, and I thank her very much for that. And first of all, let me also take this opportunity and thank the Czech Chamber of Deputies, namely Mrs. Pekarová Adamová, who also acts as the patron of diversity in the Czech Republic. Let me also thank our main partners, such as GasNet, Komerční banka, Provident Financial, and Albert, Czech Republic. Let me also thank all my colleagues, all my team at the Business for Society, and all those other people who were actively involved in helping to organize this conference. So I hope we are going to spend a very useful and inspiring day together. First of all, I would like to make some general thoughts today. It's been almost 80 years since the Czech parachute unit, the Czech resistance unit, did one of the bravest acts of defiance against the Nazi regime at that time, when they attacked Reinhard Heydrich, who was the German Nazi governor here at the time, and who died shortly after this brave attack. This attack was done by Mr. Kubiš, who was born in Moravia, and a Slovak soldier, Mr. Gabčík. And so there was a Czech person and a Slovak person. It was a symbol of unity between the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And all those brave people, the young people and many, many other brave people who were helping this team to do this attack, actually sacrificed their lives as a result of that. And now I would like to take this opportunity to remember them and to say that diversity does not only mean diversity at the labor market, but it also reflects the most general values such as freedom, democracy, trying to save your own nation. And that's actually a similar situation that we see right now in Ukraine, where we see men, women, people of all generations fighting the aggressor, trying to save their own country. In the Ukraine army, you will find almost 50,000 women who work in all kinds of teams, in all kinds of brigades, as soldiers, as medical workers. So I believe this is yet another example showing what diversity actually means. This not only relates to our everyday life, but it relates to these big values. So that's just the initial thought I wanted to make to open the European Diversity Day. Now, I believe that our program today and all our guests who came here today will be very inspiring. And I hope you are going to enjoy our agenda, including very interesting and exclusive workshops, so to say, because we have some really, really special guests at those workshops. And now, following this general introduction, I would like to speak briefly about these current trends and findings of the Diversity Index. Okay, I hope you can hear me very well. So now, Business for Society works under Diversity Charter that unites all those signatories, and we measure the Diversity Index using this DISA tool, Diversity and Inclusion Strategic Assessment. So as you can see here on this slide, Diversity Index is an unique index that tries to measure the real situation at the labor market, trying to measure how employers approach diversity. It also tries to take stock of the best practice, and it is based on the DISA tool, Diversity and Inclusion Strategic Assessment tool. The first diversity index was performed in the year 2018. It was then also published in this booklet, Diversity and Inclusion for the 21st Century. Then we did another assessment in the year 2021. We refer to it as the Index for 2021. In total, 51 companies participated with the total number of almost 200,000 employees. The DISA questionnaire looked at 4 key areas, and those are as follows: identification of diversity strategy with regard to clients and public, diversity strategy in HR, and communication. Here, actually, you can see this comparison between some figures from 2017 and 2021. That's the latest figures we have. As you can see, all the figures in 2021 have been higher or even significantly higher than back in 2017. And this regards both diversity strategy to the clients and public, diversity strategy in HR area, communication. And the diversity index in total has been going up as well. So this only shows that all those activities, such as sharing their diversity strategies and being a part of this important diversity community it helps companies accelerating their efforts. The most positive moves or trends, we can call them, that we can see among diversity signatories are as follows. Greater emphasis is put on gender balance in society. Then here the second line says family situation, but basically it means supporting parents at work. Recently we also organized this conference, Mothers and Fathers Are Welcome at the labor market. And we believe actually this is the most successful topic dealt with by the Diversity Charter, supporting parents at the labor market. Because we believe that over the past 7 years, thanks to this mutual cooperation, we managed to start up several programs, some of them very innovative programs, covering the whole period of being a parent, prior to the birth of a child and then being on the parental leave and then getting back to the labor market after the child is slightly grows up. So that's a very important topic. Then another topic is the age diversity, because the aging population is a big topic as well. It's a really big topic at the labor market in the Czech Republic. And again, what became obvious through the assessment is that companies put greater emphasis on this as well. Another topic we have here is top management getting involved in diversity management. This is absolutely vital. If you want to promote diversity, you really make sure that top management is involved. So this is an important trend. It was here before, but it's here now. And the last topic we have here is supporting LGBT community. I'm sure you are familiar with that. We also support the Pride Business Forum, which is an important activity. So actually, this is the list of the main trends that we see through these DISA findings. These are the recent trends that we see at the labor market and among our signatory companies. Here, this is just like this visualization where you can see the shares, where you can see the percentage shares, and you can see the change between 2017 and 2021. And what we have here on this slide is whether there is any defined diversity program defined in writing at the workplace. Then this chart here, this colorful chart here, shows the increasing tendency in tackling gender balance. You can see changes here, significant changes, somewhere less significant, but still significant positive changes. Then here we can see LGBT diversity. Back in 2017 it was already rather high, now it's even higher. And the results actually now are valuable because more signatories joined the Diversity Charter since. And the last chart shows family situation. So you can see this is what most companies look at. Most companies see this as an important topic. Then this is the age diversity issue, whether how much companies look at the age diversity. And again, you can see a significant shift in this regard. Another thing that came out of the diversity index is this comparison between the main objectives of diversity policies. And as you can see here, the topic number 1 is mutual respect between employees. Then the second topic in 2021 is to make sure your teams are more innovative and creative. And the third topic is improving work conditions and improving workers' satisfaction. So that's the end of my presentation. Here you can see our coordinator for DISA, Mrs. Veronika Hejzlarová. She is actually here with us today. She's over there at the back of the room, and it's thanks to her that this index was performed at all. So I just delivered the presentation, but she did most of the work. She was really the hard worker behind this. So Veronika, thank you so much for all your work here. So ladies and gentlemen, that's all by way of introducing the Diversity Charter. But let me just mention one thing. Diversity Index is not about competition between companies. It's not about competing. No, it should be viewed rather as a mirror that shows us what we are doing well, where we can improve. It's a comparison. Also, it's done in an anonymous way, because the purpose of this index is to serve as a motivation to help the community of signatories to see how successful they are in promoting respective topics. And at the same time, the Diversity Index brings lots of very useful and interesting information that you can then work with. So this was the general information about the Diversity Index, and later on, during our conference today, we have some other little surprise for you, but I don't want to speak about this as yet. So that's all for the moment, and enjoy this great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you very much for presenting the data. And now the time has come for the first panel, which is full of excellent guests. And we will be dealing with European and transatlantic cooperation in terms of diversity and inclusion as the key values for the future of the labor market. Now, allow me to ask the first guest to come forward, Mr. Pan Ryan Stoner of the US Embassy. So he is a political and economic counselor. Welcome. Next guest is Miss Ines Windisch, vedoucí lidských zdrojů. Welcome. And we are still waiting for Libor Michalčík, the head of Kindred Client Center SRO, the statutory representative. Good morning. Thank you to all of you for being here, for taking the time to come here. And by way of introduction, I would like to ask all of you to give us some wider perspective in terms of diversity and inclusion. You can talk to us about your experience. The floor is yours now, and you have a few minutes each to give us your opening remarks. So first of all, Mr. Stoner, please. The floor is yours.
Is this on? Yes. All right. Well, good morning. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here. This is just, it's such a fantastic event, and that was so cool to hear about the Diversity Index. I'm an economist. I like numbers like that, and it's really neat to see societies focusing on these issues and really studying to make sure that they can understand them and improve and move forward. So I'm really thrilled to be here today. And I want to start off by saying America sees Europe as our staunchest partner in the world in terms of making diversity and inclusion key pillars of future progress. So our relationship with the EU and with the Czech Republic is grounded in shared values. And that's why, together, we believe the United States and Europe are in the privileged position to think about how we can do things more effectively and more equitably, and to make sure that as we move forward, none of our citizens are left behind. One of the United States' greatest strengths is our identity as a place where opportunity is available to everyone. And we believe that when that rings true, the world notices. And I think we also know that when we fall short, the world notices that too. We've made tremendous strides over the years to embrace diversity, but we all have more work to do. Right now in the United States, our goals include workplaces with zero tolerance for harassment or discrimination, schools where everyone can be educated equally, and communities in which everyone feels free and safe. And this has been a major priority for President Biden. In fact, on his first day in office, he signed an executive order establishing that the advancement of equity, civil rights, racial justice, and equal opportunity is the responsibility of the entire US government. It's not one ministry or office's job. It's everyone who works for the government needs to make that a priority. And then in June 2021, he signed another order directing the administration to cultivate a workforce that draws from and reflects the full diversity of our nation. And together, these two orders have strengthened our government's ability to recruit and hire our nation's talent and deploy a workforce that reflects the diversity of the American people. So our commitment to inclusion demonstrates our acceptance and respect for all people. But it's not only the right thing to do, it's also a profitable thing to do. Building a diverse workforce has proven to be good business. There's a growing body of evidence now that demonstrates that diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible workforces yield higher performing organizations. So embracing talent from all walks of life and every corner of our nation to bring creativity to the workplace, drive innovation, it strengthens our ability to address the increasingly complex problems that all of our institutions face. So today, I want to join my fellow panel members in inviting you to show our collective commitment to diversity and inclusion and the need for integration in the workplace. The United States honors and supports the European Commission's commitment to diverse workplaces and inclusive societies. This commitment, shared on both sides of the Atlantic, strengthens our global community. And the United States, through our embassies around the world, stands ready to support our European partners and allies in taking a bold stand for diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, děkuji. Já bych teď poprosila Ines Windisch o to též, o krátký úvod. Děkuji.
So thanks a lot for the invitation today. It's really an honor because Zentiva will today sign the Diversity Charter. So I can add 1,500 Czech-based employees to the Diversity Index. So that's a great thing, really. And we want to get inspired from others. And we want to also share what we do. So I'm leading the people and sustainability agenda at Zentiva. We are looking at 5,000 people across 30 countries. But it's really great to see how we can do that out of Prague, out of the Czech Republic. As our story in Zentiva goes back more than 500 years to a small pharmacy, that it's still there in the heart of Prague, and that served already 500 years ago the people in Prague with medicines. Now, 500 years later, we are leading the organization from this country, and there is a reason for that. And I'm proud that we are employing 1/3 of our employees out of Czech Republic. So we have researchers, we have people in support functions, we have manufacturing people who are on the lines every day. And I think I joined the pharmaceutical industry more than 25 years ago, but the last 3 years were the most turbulent times I have seen in my whole career. And I think here it's very strong if you define what you value and how you want to behave. And we did that in Zentiva 4 years ago when we became a new owner, a US company. And we were inspired by the values. And we wanted to do an exercise with the whole team. So we grouped together all employees and we defined together what is important for us. And the outcome was we defined our values, what we call superpowers. I think it's more a fancy title than values. And we defined that we are valuing 6 attributes. And one of them was already back in 2018, being inclusive. And I believe it was one of the things that helped us through the last 3 years, through the COVID pandemic, and also when many lives changed back on the 24th of February this year, where we had just to change priorities from one minute to the other. So I think defining what we value is the most important thing today. And we are all connected in our company, we are inclusive, and we are also fast, which worked out quite well when we helped our colleagues in Ukraine a few months ago. But also as a company, you have to define what's really important. And we have defined this year, we are starting to focus more on the young generations. And I'm a mother of a 20-year-old daughter, and I'm exploring my diversity by generations every single day, believe me. And I'm learning a lot, but I think here the young people need really help these days. So they were disrupted by the COVID pandemic, sitting at home instead of going to pubs and discos, right? And now they are starting the career, and it's not so easy. And I think here we have the responsibility as a company, as an employer as well, to help. So we have good cooperation with universities here in the Czech Republic. We are doing research. We have a combined PhD where the students can already come to work and explore also how is a life in reality, not only behind papers and books and studying theory, but also bringing it to real life and reality. And by the way, quite a lot of female people in that program as well. So I think here with small steps, you can help the young people, and it doesn't need to be big programs, right? It starts with every one of you, with every one of us. And here we are proud that as a company we can contribute to the society, to the community in the Czech Republic. And my personal story in the Czech Republic started actually 7 years ago with my first job offer here. I'm still not fluent in Czech, so I'm sorry that still my speech is in English today. But I worked in several countries during my lifetime. And what I think is here special, I got such a warm welcome when I came to the country, and I'm Austrian, so it's not so far away. But I have seen different things in other countries where you are not so much welcomed. And when we had to work on the help, we call it in our company, we help Ukraine. When I have seen this wave of solidarity, not only in my company, in my team, but also in the society here in Czech Republic, I think you have really something special where you can build on and you can speak to the whole world about it. Because with the presidency upcoming, I think you are an ambassador for whole Europe and maybe even beyond, where you can bring Czech Republic as a role model. So I'm happy to live in this country and to work in this country. And I'm very proud that with the Diversity Charter is one piece where we can all contribute to a better future. Thanks a lot.
Děkuji, Ines, a poprosím vás, Libore, taky o vaši část.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for having me here. I'm really proud to be here and to contribute on this fantastic event. And I'm very glad to be here with my panel colleagues. And when we were discussing with our colleague from company, the speech, if I will keep it in Czech or in English, I have decided to have it in Czech, not only for the sake of diversity, but also because I have it prepared here. So, good morning, and let me please start. So, naše společnost se jmenuje Kindrill. Naše společnost se jmenuje Kindrill a je to nová firma.
New company. It was founded in November last year, and by the official division of IBM, an American company, into 2 independent companies. Globally, we have more than 90,000 employees. Last week, unless I'm mistaken, it was 92,380, and it keeps growing. Anyway, what is important for us is that our company has a very strong representation in the Czech Republic, and we have more than 4,000 employees here. It might be of interest to you to know that in the Brno Innovation Customer Center, we have more than 100 nationalities represented. And that represents more than 30 languages, which we are able to communicate in, not at the same time, obviously. The support for diversity and inclusion, including cultural diversity and diversity in all walks of life, that's part of our strategy. I could list a number of activities and programs that we organize in order to support the strategy. One of them is, for example, the Kindrel Inclusive Network, the Brno Women, the support for the LGBT community, and also a very successful program for the support of our foreign employees called Mosaiko. These programs have been receiving very positive feedback from our employees, but not only from our employees. These activities are recognized and awarded by many organizations in the Czech Republic. Let me mention, for example, the Top Responsible Company Award for supporting the Blue Line, and the award for the innovative project aimed at the support for our relationship with universities. In terms of professional development and training is very important in voluntary activities, volunteering. And we have several projects focusing on the support for foreign workers who are newly recruited. We organize language courses also from people coming here from Ukraine. We do our best to create the best possible conditions for their employment here in our company. Diversity and inclusiveness is a natural part of these voluntary activities, which we support. And this approach has proved to be very efficient, because volunteering and voluntary activities have enabled us to give our employees space to become actively involved in such programs, so they can support all sorts of community projects. Given the current complicated times, it is important for us as a society, as businesses, and also as individuals to help in the most efficient and appropriate way. When the conflict in the Ukraine broke out, our volunteers immediately became involved in organizing crowdfunding efforts. Our company has a special platform, Deed, where all of our employees can donate. And we also support a lot of projects which our volunteers can participate in. This platform has been a success story. And thanks to our long-term cooperation with non-profit organizations, but also with the public administration, especially in the South Moravia region and the Assistance Center there, we were also able to donate furniture and equipment, especially to schools and accommodation facilities. This direct assistance, together with the language courses which I've already mentioned, especially Czech and English language courses taught by our employees who have a background in teaching, that is something that I believe is not only useful, but also it is an activity that very well demonstrates the priorities and the strategy of our company, of Kindrel. This strategy is focused on our employees, on culture, on education and talent support. We strive to be an employer who will be one of the priority choices for candidates in IT. Let me thank the organizers once again for having me, for inviting me here. And I believe that we as Kyndryl, as a company, will be a useful partner for the Diversity Charter. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to take this opportunity that I have all these people with amazing experience from the international environment and also with your experience working and living in another country. Now, Libor, you mentioned there were 100 different languages in your company. So maybe would you like to share with us one particular story with regard to inclusion and diversity? Is there any story in the Czech Republic that could demonstrate how diversity and inclusion can be beneficial and how?
Sure. Thank you. You know, coming here this morning, I'm reminded of an event I attended and actually helped organize probably about 6 or 7 years ago when I was serving at the U.S. Embassy in Skopje, Macedonia. And this was an event on gender diversity. We had a woman who came from the United States to speak. She was phenomenal, and it was in this big hall in a hotel. I mean, there must have been close to 200 to 300 people there. And when I walked in and started sitting down near the front, there was this man that got up from the other side of the room and, I mean, almost ran over to where I was and sat down. And I didn't know who he was. I'd never seen him before. And he said, "I'm so glad to see you here." And I looked around, and he and I were the only 2 men in the room. And later a third man came. But, you know, I am a middle-aged, able-bodied white man. I am married. I have 2 children at home, a boy and a girl, and a dog. And if you put me in any professional event, I fit in. There are people that look like me and are like me. And this was, I think, really, in my 45 years of life, this was the only time I was in a big professional event and was in a very small minority of people there. And it's just so striking to me because looking out at this room, I know that that is not the experience of many people in this room. And I try and kind of hold that with me and keep that with me. And I've been kind of proud to see that my organization, the Department of State, is really working to kind of come up with procedures and policies to help address some of these issues. We move all around the world, which means we interview for jobs, you know, every 2 to 3 years to go to this embassy or that embassy. And despite having done this for decades, it's really only in the past 2 or 3 years we've started coming up with rules and best practices and policies for how we conduct these processes to make sure that we are giving everyone a fair chance and that we are treating people equally and things like that. So especially now when I go through these processes, I try and remember back to that incident and that feeling and to recognize that my experience professionally is not the same as others. And I think it is something that we all need to have events like this to talk about and to remember and to make sure that we keep that in mind. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ines, máte slovo také.
So I think we all have our moments we remember. I would like to compliment with a quite recent event, so coming back to the Ukraine. So the whole thing started on the 24th of February. I think every one of us knows where you were at this time when you got aware of that. In the end, we got the first call of our Ukrainian team the morning after, and they said, I don't know what to do, right? And I think this is also about giving guidance to people who are in a crisis. And I think, like I said before, in a crisis, you are becoming your true self again, right? And some people, and this is also my call to action, they are joining a company, and I'm doing quite a lot of HR interviews every day. They're joining a company and trying to be like the others in the company, right? But we are selecting our talents because of their personality, because we believe they fit to our culture. And when it came to the Ukraine crisis, we have seen, no matter which age or which generation or which nationality or which belief, this team came together as a very strong team. And we helped, we did evacuation support, accommodation, training courses, like you said, and it's good to see that all the companies went there. But I think you can be super unique. You don't need to be like the neighbor you're sitting next to, because exactly this uniqueness makes this team stronger and more creative. And when we had this first phase helping our Ukrainian colleagues, we had 46 people there. And fortunately, actually, we could save already and evacuate half of them. And they were in Prague this week for the first time in their lives. So it was really emotional. But you could see that they seek for this guidance. They seek for sometimes creative solution how to overcome a crisis. And here I think the diversity is paying off. So I was super proud of our team, of the wave of solidarity we had in our company. And everyone did something, right? But different actions. Everyone contributed such different small steps. And I was amazed because also in the Czech Republic, this was most impressive. Our employees already having 4 or 5 children, they open up their house and apartments for more people to live with. So I think this is something very strong. So for me, diversity always bringing people together to a different, unique, but giving them a joint goal, a common mission, and you will get a super strong team. So this is a bit the HR approach from Zentiva, but also my personal view. And I really appreciate that. And my memory is a sad one, but goes back to 24th of February.
Děkuju.
Thank you. And now, Libor, maybe if you could say a few words as well. Yes, thank you very much. I have 2 answers. One will be rather short, the other one will be longer. The short comment I would like to make is that our company sees diversity as the main stone of our business strategy. In our business, we even have the diversity manager, Mrs. Černínova, who's here with us as well. And I would like to take this opportunity and thank her very much for all that work. So we even have the diversity manager who is responsible for this and takes care of everything in this regard. Now my longer comment. What I would like to say, we have quite substantive experience with voluntary activities. Our volunteers are linked to many entities dealing with diversity and inclusion. And we were also trying to provide lots of support when the crisis started. And let me mention one thing. We have this channel for communication in the field of diversity. And when the crisis started and when the first requests for assistance started coming about, our colleagues of different nationalities, of different backgrounds, they all got together, including our management, including our managers, which is very important. It's from bottom up, but also from the top to the bottom. And our group of people, they very quickly, they took a car and drove to the Ukrainian border. And this was something initiated by a request of our colleagues who needed assistance with transferring their family members. And this was a spontaneous activity that took place immediately, and it was such an important moment for me to witness this this effort that our people helped to bring in family members from Ukraine, and then this was immediately followed by many other assistance activities done by our HR team and many other people. We were trying to help these people to start working in the Czech Republic as soon as possible. As I mentioned, we are a very international team, 100 nationalities and 30 languages. Let me correct you on this one, so 30 languages. And that's why our volunteers are very much ready to come and help people in the field. So I think in this way we will able to use our experience with diversity, and not only with diversity in terms of the community work. So we are trying to promote this community spirit, and I think this was yet another proof of that. Thank you very much for all your stories, for sharing these very even personal stories with us. And for now, in conclusion of this first panel, I would like to ask you to make a joint photo, if possible. Now we have the lady photographer who I'm sure will organize some nice photo session. Thank you. Now, before the coffee break, I would like to invite you to the afternoon workshops. As Pavel Stern mentioned, these workshops are very interesting in terms of their agenda and in terms of their guests. So let me just mention what workshops we have here in the afternoon. The first workshop will take place here in this room, and it is entitled Diversity and Inclusion Masterclass. It will be moderated by Mrs. Jana Skalková. She's the head of the cabinet expert team at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Then the second workshop is called Intercultural Practice, Cross-Border Cooperation and Integration of Foreign Workers in the Czech Labor Market. Basically, we will look at diversity and inclusion with regard to Ukrainian refugees from the war zone and their integration in the Czech labor market. This will be moderated by Petr Bittner, who is a journalist, and it will take place in the room A55. So you have to move to A55, but there are signs in the corridors. And the third workshop is Diversity and Inclusion Strategies and their Implementation, from international headquarters to local practice in the Czech Republic. So basically, we will speak about sharing of best practice and experience as shared between Diversity Charter signatories and other companies. This will be moderated by Lucia Hronková from Business for Society, and this workshop will take place in the room A56. So I really would like to ask you to participate in these workshops. Now, we will have a coffee break for 20 until 10:35. And now, Pavel Stern, just a second, Pavel Stern would like to say a few words before the break. Yes, thank you very much, Petra. I just would like to take again this opportunity and thank our long-term colleague, Mrs. Jana Skalková, who is over there, and she will be the moderator of this first workshop announced. And it is also thanks to her effort and all hard work that its workshop is taking today. In the meantime, she changed her position. She's now working at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, but we still respect her and value her as an important colleague. So thank you. And now enjoy your break, ladies and gentlemen.
Celá společnost je diverzitní, takže je logické a správné, abychom toho využívali i v rámci zaměstnávání lidí, aby i pestré týmy tvořily pestré produkty pro celou společnost.
My name is Ayesha Reiki. I'm Canada's ambassador to the Czech Republic. I'm also a wife and a mother of 2 teenage children. Diversity and inclusion is, those are big words, but I think at their heart, for me as a manager and as a leader, it's about creating healthy, happier, and more productive, creative, innovative workplaces. The result of diversity and inclusion, when it's done well and when it's done successfully, is that individuals feel like they belong to the organization. They feel that they can bring their whole selves to work. When you bring more people around the table and you have diverse perspectives, you see things that you didn't see before. You maybe have new ideas and new solutions, which, when they come together, give birth to something quite incredible.
Vůbec si nejsem jistá, že bych do tohohle šla jako se svým prvním dítětem. Myslím si, že bych jako nechtěla se nechat připravit o tu zkušenost. Pak vlastně jsem viděla i to, jak ty děti prospívají v té školce, jak jim vlastně pomáhá ten kolektiv, jak jsou rádi spolu a jako s těma kamarádama. A díky tomu jsem vlastně ztratila tu zábranu v tom, že jakoby to funguje, i když jim dám ten prostor být s někým jiným.
My jsme měli 1 rok o toho, abychom se oddělili jako Gasnet od Inoji.
Ten projekt vlastně začal jako strašně rychle. Já jsem nastoupila vlastně ve fázi jakoby přípravy toho projektu a od začátku to jelo vlastně hrozně intenzivním tempem. Na to, jak ambiciozní to bylo, tak to šlo vlastně překvapivě dobře. A takhle bych řekla, že jsme úspěšně jeli asi 8 měsíců, když vlastně poprvé přišla jako velká krize. Já si to jako pamatuju jako dneska, byla jsem prostě s dětma na výletě někde na horách, v přírodě a do toho telefonát, hele, je to jako v háji, máme tady prostě krizový meeting, řešíme vlastně s dodavatelem, co s tou situací budeme dělat.
Teď tam vzadu pobíhaly ty děti prostě a byl to fakt jako mazec tam, jo. Já vlastně jsem to dlouho ani nevěděl, že ona má 3 děti, ona má prostě 9, 7 a měla na začátku 8měsíční dítě, jako jo, to je úplně pro mě. A my jsme moc jako ohledy nebrali a tím pádem prostě ona do toho šla jako plnohodnotný člen týmu a tady jako nebylo moc prostor na to, aby jsme byli k někomu nějaký jako sluníčkářský. Já vlastně za sebe jako vnímám to, že Hanka ji přenáší ten rodinný svět do toho firemního v tom, že vlastně ona je takový pečovací typ, jo. Já bych třeba neměl trpělivost na to, prostě se pořád s někým bavit dokola a vysvětlovat mu něco.
Ta krize zrodila nové hvězdy. Ukázali se vlastně lidi z pozadí těch týmů, kteří najednou vstoupili do popředí a jako v těch dalších týdnech vlastně si to vzali za své a vlastně dokopali ten projekt do konce. Takže díky nim jsme jakoby tu krizi zvládli a posunuli vlastně ten go live toho projektu pouze o 2 měsíce.
Ale bylo to super. Byla to super jízda.
Myslím si, že jako dítě je úplně skvělá věc v životě, ale není to jako důvod pro to přestat být jako sám sebou a realizovat se i v jiných věcech, které člověka baví. Naopak věřím tomu, že když člověk dělá to, co jako má rád a daří se mu to aspoň část toho času věnovat těm věcem, který má rád, tak dokáže být i dobrým rodičem a vlastně příkladem pro ty děti, protože i tím se ty děti jakoby něco učí. A není to o tom, že třeba řídí takhle velký projekt. Já sama jsem vlastně spoustu let pracovala jako na částečný úvazek s dětma, kdy vlastně ta rodina byla víc na mě. A pak vlastně, když jsem tu šanci měla a ten čas jakoby jsem měla, tak jsem vlastně tyhle ty zkušenosti mohla zužitkovat. A byly to vlastně oni, které mi jako dopomohly i k té roli. Bez nich bych vlastně těžko mohla vůbec mít ambici takovýhle projekt řídit.
So I watched the video of Hannah's story, and again, I think there's a real practical, honest story there that many of us can relate to. What it is when we first have children and we want to be with them and bear witness to every step and new word and, you know, achievement at school, but also what it is to have a drive and a motivation to contribute to professional work and world, and was really happy to see it and inspired by it. You know, part of my job is to live actually all over the world, and with my family we've moved all over the world, and I'd say what I have learned is that countries learn from each other. I think that Canada has a lot to learn from the Czech Republic, and Czech Republic can also learn from Canada's experience, and in the exchange that we find kind of what we need in a moment. So for me, what it's come down to is frankly connecting to the people here in the Czech Republic who are committed to these issues to see what we can learn from each other. The key is learning and being willing to keep learning and to know that you're going to make some mistakes, but to learn from them, to be honest about those mistakes, and then to commit to keep doing better. I think that there is room to really see that there is untapped potential that we can all benefit from.
Taky už jste přemýšleli o tom, že uděláte něco, co má opravdu smysl, něco, čím podpoříte svoje okolí. Něco, kde potkáte nové lidi a získáte nové zkušenosti. Něco, čím posílíte týmového ducha, ale obohatí to i vás samotné. A uděláte něco, co někomu jinému opravdu pomůže. Něco, při čem poznáte, jak to chodí na místech, která jsou tak odlišná od firemního prostředí a kde se lidi věnují neziskovým projektům. Zapojte se do podpory své komunity a lidí v ní. Všichni si zaslouží naší pozornost. Důležitý je pocit, že jsme součástí běžného života a jedné společnosti. Nechte se inspirovat lidmi, kteří ocení setkání s vámi. Kde má vaše skutečná pomoc cenu zlata? A kde je slovo děkuju, milý úsměv nebo nespoutané obětí neměřitelnou odměnou a emočním zážitkem, který vás nutí zůstat, pomáhat dál a pokračovat? Pro spoustu organizací je podpora dobrovolníků klíčová a někdy i jednorázová pomoc dobrovolnická může znamenat strašně moc. Proto vás vyzývám, odložte na jeden den svoje notebooky, mobily, vyberte si veřejně prospěšnou organizaci a zapojte se. Společně se mnou pojďte pomoct. Stačí strašně málo, jenom se zaregistrovat na portálu zapojimse.cz. Já u toho budu taky a těším se, že potkám třeba právě vás. Tak já už jsem se zaregistrovala, tak to udělejte taky. A děkuji, že pomáháte. Darujte svým zaměstnancům jeden den, který stráví pomocí potřebným, podporou své komunity i spoluprací s kolegy. Dopřejte jim jedinečný zážitek s přesahem do společenské odpovědnosti, při kterém získají nové zkušenosti i nový pohled na svět. Pro spoustu organizací může být i jednorázová pomoc klíčová. Přidejte se k ostatním firmám, registrujte své zaměstnance ke každoročnímu dni firemního dobrovolnictví Give and Gain Day. Rozšiřte skupinu dobrovolníků, kterým záleží na okolí a kteří chtějí dělat něco, co má opravdu smysl. Pojďte do toho s námi.
Já si myslím, že potřeba je změnit celý ten pohled na tu rodičovskou. Ne jako dobu, kdy rodič je s dítětem doma. A my teda se snažíme, aby to finančně přežil a proto mu dáváme rodičovskou. A moje vlastní zkušenost je, že já mám 5 dětí. V podstatě celou dobu, když jsem s nima na mateřský byla, to bylo 13 let. Takže já jsem opravdu strávila 13 let na rodičovský dovolený. A každý den z té rodičovské dovolené jsem pracovala.
Já mám 3 děti během 4 let a úplně osobně se mě to dotýkalo, že jsem najednou zůstala doma a ten kontakt s tou prací jsem neměla. Zároveň doma byly ty děti, které potřebovaly tu péči a já jsem jim ji chtěla dát. Hodně jsem se té práci věnovala, hodně jsem se tam realizovala a pak najednou přišla mateřská, bum a prostě nějak úplně jsem se odtrhávala od toho odborného světa. A vlastně, když člověk vůbec do té práce nechodí, tak třeba po 6 letech přijde najednou do práce. Jo, a teďka prostě 6 let byl doma, tam nebyli žádný dospělí lidi, teď s nima musí jít jako na ten oběd, neví, co se s nima má říkat, jo. Tak najednou to byl hrozný šok, já jsem byla zvyklá na ten svůj vlastně klid relativní a teďka jsem byla mezi těma lidma. Tady ten model, že jeden je úplně vytržený z nějakého toho světa těch dospělých, mi nepřijde úplně šťastný. Za mě je ideální model ten, že se ti dva střídají, každý vlastně pracuje na tom částečném úvazku, ale oba dva mají zároveň ten kontakt s tou prací a zároveň ten kontakt s těmi dětmi. No. Ono to není tak, že vlastně když je někdo muž, tak automaticky nechce s těma dětma být. Naopak kolem sebe vidím spoustu chlapů, kteří s těma dětma chtějí být.
Žena byla s dítětem, který se narodil dřív, doma. Už takhle, to je náročný být doma s dítětem určitě a teďka ještě do toho tohle. Takže se nám to takhle jako scházelo a já jsem si v průběhu toho času jako uvědomil, že by bylo fajn, když jsem viděl tu zátěž, která jde na moji ženu, že by bylo fajn si to občas vyměnit. Aby zase dělala něco jiného, aby jsem trošku jí ulevil, aby jsme se vyměnili tu zátěž, která je jiná, když člověk chodí do práce, a než když je doma s dítětem. Ten reálný stav, který by fakt pomohl věci, by asi fakt mohla být nějaká klouzavá rodičovská. Myslím si, že by to bylo fajn.
My už jsme si teď za covidu vyzkoušeli, že ta finanční pomoc státu se dá čerpat po dnech. A pokud šla rodičovská za covidu čerpat po dnech, tak není žádný důvod, aby nešla rodičovská i bez covidu čerpat po dnech. A aby se oni ty dva rodiče nemohli střídat. A ten princip, proč je to výhodný, je, že ani jeden z nich nepřijde o kvalifikaci, ani jeden z nich nestrácí ty roky praxe.
Dokážu si představit, že bych takhle fungoval se svojí ženou, že ona by to měla stejně, že bychom víceméně tak jako do sebe pěkně jako s těmi svýma časovýma dispozicema zapadli.
A aby ty firmy tomu vycházely vstříc, aby si uvědomili, že když někoho ztratí na 3 roky, že to je větší ztráta, než když ho ztratí jenom pondělí a úterý. Aby tak nějak všichni se vzdali té myšlenky, že to musí být jeden doma, jeden v práci a aby se zamysleli nad tím, že existují i nějaké jiné varianty. Mně se dokonce podařilo teď změnit tu práci tím směrem, že jsem se vlastně naučila to programování taky během té rodičovské. A v Gasnetu mě vzali prostě jako nějakého juniorního programátora.
Tady v Gasnetu moje zkušenost je taková, že je to prostředí, který rodičům fandí. Aspoň takovou mám zkušenost.
Celá společnost je diverzitní, takže je logické a správné, abychom toho využívali i v rámci zaměstnávání lidí, aby i pestré týmy tvořily pestré produkty pro celou společnost.
My name is Ayesha Reiki. I'm Canada's ambassador to the Czech Republic. I'm also a wife and a mother of 2 teenage children. Diversity and inclusion is, those are big words, but I think at their heart, for me as a manager and as a leader, it's about creating healthy, happier, and more productive, creative, innovative workplaces. The result of diversity and inclusion, when it's done well and when it's done successfully, is that individuals feel like they belong to the organization. They feel that they can bring their whole selves to work. When you bring more people around the table and you have diverse perspectives, you see things that you didn't see before. You maybe have new ideas and new solutions, which when they come together, give birth to something quite incredible.
Vůbec si nejsem jistá, že bych do tohohle šla jako se svým prvním dítětem. Myslím si, že bych jako nechtěla se nechat připravit o tu zkušenost. Pak vlastně jsem viděla i to, jak ty děti prospívají v té školce, jak jim vlastně pomáhá ten kolektiv, jak jsou rádi.
Welcome back after the coffee break. I hope you enjoyed the refreshments and are ready for the next part of the conference, because we are now entering the debate phase. Now, the next discussion panel on the agenda is diversity and inclusion, building bridges to the future of work. So that's diversity and inclusion and the future of work, which is something we've mentioned at the very beginning. That's the fast technological progress, automation, digitization, and the ever-changing global reality, including threats such as the climate crisis, food poverty. There is a convergence of several types of crises, and that may sound negative, but there are companies that are able to respond very quickly. They tend to be the flagships of change in society. And thanks to the bridges that we're currently building, we will be able to adapt and really build functional bridges for the future. So diversity and inclusion are of crucial importance for the society, also psychological importance. And I would like to welcome to the stage our guests who are in a position to give us their view, really. They represent all kinds of sectors and businesses, and they will be sharing with us their best practices, and we will also ask them questions about what they are currently doing for the people coming here from Ukraine. Let's start with Ms. Erika Vorlova, who is the Chief Services Officer and member of the Management Board of the GasNet company. Hello, welcome. Please take a seat. Next, Mr. Ctěrato Lolek, the Executive Director of Human Resources from the Komerční banka Bank. Next, Ms. Barbara Pencova, the HR Director of the Provident Financial Company. And Mr. Ctěrat Nedbálek, VP Human Resources and Sustainability of Albert, Czech Republic. We were also supposed to have guests representing the Czech Confederation of Industry. First Mr. Rafaj, then Mr. Jonák, but they have since excused themselves. They were unable to come. So thank you to all of you for taking the time to come here for this discussion panel. And by way of an introduction, could you please give us some brief introductory talks to introduce your companies, because then we will move straight to the discussion, and I've prepared some questions for you. Let's start by Ms. Vorlova first. Could you please introduce briefly what your company and what your company is doing in terms of diversity and inclusion? Thank you. No microphone. I will introduce my company, GasNet. It's a natural gas distributor in the Czech Republic. We have 2,300 employees, and I am in charge of providing support services in the company. I'm a mother of 2 boys. I'm employed, and I also live a social life. I like to have Prosecco, a glass of Prosecco with my friends. What our company does in terms of diversity and inclusion for our employees, well, there's a lot of activities. So if I were to boast about all of these activities, I would take all of my colleagues' time too, all of the other panelists' time. So in principle, diversity to us means creating working conditions that will enable people to enjoy working for us, and that will enable anyone to work for us, regardless of who they are and what their background is. That is very important because diversity is enriching. We've all of that have heard that before. And it is also important because if you let people be who they are, they will be happier also at work, and are far more ready to face all the challenges. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Lolek. Good morning. I assume I don't have to introduce my company, Komerční banka, so I won't really go into details there. We have 7,000 employees currently, and we are part of the Société Générale company group. And obviously, within the group, diversity and inclusion is one of the priorities, one of the key pillars on which the group as a whole is based. And so what do we focus on in terms of diversity and inclusion? As Erika has said, there are so many projects and activities, but let me mention just one, which is an activity that caused a major change in terms of Komerční banka's attitude. We are now focusing far more on flexibility and working conditions. So we are now opening up to people who were unable to work for us a few years ago. We've introduced what we call the smart office concept, which enables people to work for us from home or from anywhere. And that has helped connect really build bridges between us and people who were previously unable to work for us due to, let's say, family difficulties. There are many more pillars than that. We also take into account the proportionate representation of men and women, a gender balance. I always say that I don't like quotas, but objectives are good. So we do set objectives, even in this respect. And by 2025, we would like to move forward in terms of the number of women in management, and we would like the share of women in top management to be 40%. And we also focus on the gender pay gap. Currently, the percentage is 42%. By 2025, we would like it to be 0. So this is what we focus on. And we also focus a lot on part-time and working condition flexibilities. We have been making some progress. Currently, the percentage of part-time work is 6% in the company. By 2025, we would like to shift to 15%. So there are plenty of activities, as you can see, and I'll give the floor to my colleague here. Good morning. Diversity and inclusion, those are topics very close to me. I used to be a director of the Women Network in Central and Eastern Europe. I'm a mother to 2 teenagers, so I am aware of the fact that women's career path can be quite specific in terms of work and life balance. At Provident, diversity and inclusion is part of our company mission. Our motto is to create a better world through financial inclusion. We provide financial services to often marginalized groups in society. And I would like to mention a recent initiative called The Invisibles, where we focus on groups in society that are normally not the focus of other companies, be it senior citizens or children from disadvantaged families. So we focus on supporting them a lot, and that is also reflected in the internal life of our society. Diversity is a natural part of our company culture. We have a lot of initiatives, and obviously this also goes hand in hand with awareness raising and communication, also flexibility and flexible working arrangements. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning on my part as well. Let me briefly introduce myself. I've been working for Albert for 7 years, and I'm responsible for people and sustainability. We'll be focusing more on people today, but also sustainability in a way. I'm so happy to see that we are so diverse here in this panel, and both of us with this colleague are called Ctirat. That's a very rare first name, actually, and we used to be the only ones in the entire company. And there are 2 Ctirats here represented in this panel. That's great. I know that all of you probably shop at Albert. We currently have 20,000 employees in the Czech Republic. And in terms of diversity, just like my colleagues, I don't want to mention all the initiatives we have because that would take too much time. So just briefly, we are part of the Ahold Delhaize group, which employs a lot of employees all over the world, in Europe, in the US, and also in Asia. And that has a major impact on the basic framework for the diversity agenda, and not just the diversity. And I'm so happy to hear that we're not only talking about diversity, but also inclusion and also equity, because that's part and parcel of this area. And because equity is what basically completes the picture. Diversity in itself, no matter whether we focus on quotas or objectives, but it cannot be a standalone project. It needs to be part of the company culture, where the management and all the people in a company can really need to start living diversity and inclusion. Thank you. Thank you very much for respecting the speaking time so beautifully. It really is a very rare. And I can assure you that we definitely will have a lot of time to speak about your initiatives in more detail. I've prepared a set of questions, and they are identical for all of you. I started from the lady sitting closest to me with the previous question, so now I will start from the gentleman sitting furthest away. And the first question is, how does your company prepare for the technology changes which are already underway? So technology adaptation in your sector, and obviously you come from different sectors, different companies, so your replies will be different. But this time I'll ask Ms. Vorlova again to start. In terms of changes and the fact that changes are needed in the energy sector, well, you are all aware of that. That's been in the media a lot recently, and our mission is twofold. First of all, we have been planning to transfer to hydrogen as the energy medium of the future. So that's part of our long-term vision, long-term plan, also in terms of sustainability. Because obviously hydrogen is slightly, let's say, more friendly, environmentally friendly. And obviously the current unfortunate situation in Ukraine has sped up our procedures internally, because everybody is now becoming aware of the fact that our dependence on the gas from Russia is not ideal. So in this time of crisis, crises tend to help us speed things up, and we will definitely need to speed up. But it's not easy, obviously, because hydrogen is an unknown phenomenon, let's say globally. It's quite unknown in Europe, not as much in the US, but in the Czech Republic is brand new. So we really need to start raising awareness at the very basic elementary level to prepare everything we need to prepare in order to start the innovative projects. We're quite ready for hydrogen mixes right now. We currently know that we could have, let's say, 20 to 30% of our distribution of volume taken up by hydrogen already today. But obviously, we need to be ready, and everything else needs to be ready. Businesses need to be ready, clients, and legislation also needs to be ready for hydrogen. And that's something that we as a company have been working very intensely. And what is very important to us is to educate our people, to prepare them, to teach them about the change, to help them understand the attitude and our approach, and also help them understand why we are speeding up some of the procedures right now. We need to make sure that all of them have the necessary know-how, so we educate them a lot. And we also need to work with the world outside of our company, because in the future we really need to have a pool of prospective employees. Natural gas is currently not really attractive to young people, especially given the current situation. So right now we are focusing on raising awareness at schools. We cooperate with teachers to really explain to people that natural gas has a future. There will always be a certain future for gas, be it biogas, methane, or mixtures thereof. And obviously, currently, the natural gas is 20% of our energy consumption, and 20% is a lot. That cannot be replaced overnight. So raising awareness, that's something we've been focusing on a lot. And also making sure we have future talents that will enable us to implement the necessary transition in the future. Okay, moving on to banking. I entered the world of banking 3 years ago. communications specifically. And when I started working for this bank, I didn't really expect to be a part of a technology-oriented, technology-driven company. But that is what banks are, or what they are becoming right now. We are becoming more and more digital, and really a bank used to be a traditionally financial institution in the past, but now they are digitalizing and they are becoming digital banks of the future. And obviously there are many aspects that are related to that. For example, people's competencies need to change. The people we are hiring now and the way we train our newcomers is completely different now. And also, 3 years ago, we transitioned to agile management. We have 2,500 colleagues who are already using agile processes, which is a completely different structure than years ago, where the traditional management structure was top-down. So really, banks are undergoing a major change. Now, looking forward into the future and at what our bank should be in 4 or 5 years' time, I can say that if you need to take a credit or a mortgage, all of that will be possible in 4 or 5 clicks online. And you will basically only visit our branches to, let's say, consult something, to meet your consultant in, let's say, a new period of your life that you are entering. So that's the trend in the banking world right now. Externally, a major issue for us has been to help our employees progress in terms of their professional competences, but also in terms of their digital competences. Digitization, to me, doesn't only mean that we need developers and UX designers, but even those people who are business-minded now will need to learn to test. They will need to learn a lot of new skills to design. They will need to know what sprint is, what agile management means. So the need to adapt has been more and more clearer and clearer. So as my colleague has said, definitely education is very important. On the Czech market, we don't really have enough prospective employees, so we've been supporting incubators as well for research and development. So those are projects that we also support. There are a lot of competence models within our branches which are aimed at increasing or improving the level, so our current bankers become real consultants in terms of finance. That's it from me.
Yes, thank you. As to Provident Financial, our company is based on relations. It may sound as a cliche, but it's not, because our sales representatives go to people's households. That means they know their families, they know their family stories, which can be a competitive advantage. At the same time, we understand this is not really the only way in the current digital world. So we started digitalizing our business activities. We are able to provide loans online. We are providing all kinds of online chatting services, chatbots, and so on. But then what goes in line with it is that we have to make sure our people are ready for that, because when we look at our sales representatives, 40% of them are older than 55. So when you give these people all these new technology tools, of course, they are not that well prepared to do that immediately, as may be the case of younger generation. So we are trying to work with them. Then we have to pay attention to the communication processes, because as everything is moving more and more online, we have to focus on new ways of communication. We have to make sure our people are well informed, but at the same time we can't overload them. So right now we decided not to do that many online trainings, long online trainings, but maybe just to make shorter podcasts, which is probably more useful for our people. At the same time, the work of our management team changed significantly because these days our management do not manage a group of people sitting in the office, but they manage more people online in the virtual environment. So these are some changes I wanted to mention. Thank you. I would like to make a sort of summary. There have been all kinds of things and topics mentioned. I work in the retail sector. When you look at the retail sector, you have to look at it in two dimensions. Retail, when you say retail, many people these days think about online shopping, that you sit in front of the computer and buy things online. Yes, that's a way to go as well. We are trying to take some steps in this regard as well, however, perhaps a bit prudently. At the same time, we have this traditional retail concept, our stores that have been always here, and I believe they will be here with us in the future as well. However, what we do is that we introduce new technology into our retail stores. Today, when you come into a store, you see all these different price tags. And these price tags are no longer real paper price tags, they are more like digital price tags or electronic price tags. And it's very useful tool because today, for example, when you need to destroy some goods past expiry date, you just do it with a single click when you have a digital system, or maybe self-service checkouts. That's a way to go as well. Then many other things you don't see as a client, for instance, scanning equipment, scanning technology, or monitoring how many people go through our stores at what time of the day and so on. Now, our social partners are rather concerned about these things. They come to us and they tell us what you do will result in that we will have no more people in your stores, no more shop assistants. However, let me assure you, this is never going to happen. Even when you say, okay, there will be a maybe self-service checkout, yes, but still you will need lots of other people in the retail store. You will always need people in your stores. Maybe they will just do slightly different things. So when my colleagues speak about development of upskilling of the current staff, yes, we need to do that as well. We need to, for instance, train our people in being able to provide information to our customers, which is something they don't really do today, because today they are just running around the store, moving things from one corner to another. So yes, it may also be the case that some professions may become extinct in the next 5 years. However, at the same time, new jobs and new professions appear every day. We may not even know what they will be, and today these new professions are not even covered by our education system. So we have to do that job and to prepare and train our people to be able to deliver these new jobs. Thank you. And now I will start from the opposite direction. So I will start with you, Ctirat, again. And let me ask you the following question. How inclusion and diversity help you as a company to get ready for the future challenges of the labor market? Yes, sure. Thank you very much. Let me come back to what I said at the beginning. When we speak about inclusion, we usually look at the figures, at the proportionate representation of different groups of people. However, this doesn't really show the situation as it is. You may have 50% of men, 50% of women, and still that figure may not be that relevant, because what you really need to do is to use the potential of the people fully, to use it fully. So we try to work with our managers at all levels, not only top managers who should maybe be as role models, but also all those 350 store managers we have in our stores who are working with our people, with our employees every day. And we are trying to train these managers in new approaches and in new ways of working. And we are trying to teach our managers why diversity is important. And diversity, that means not only gender proportion, but also age representation. So, for instance, when you come to our stores, you may very often see people 18 years old, perhaps, just doing a summer job or part-time job. And then there may be people who could be already retired, but still they go and work in our stores because they want to earn some extra income, or they just don't want to stay at home. And then it's a challenge. How do you put all these people together? How do you make a team of them? And in Albert, we strongly believe that is a way to go, that these people of different generations could learn from one another. And this is a challenge. It's not what people are prepared to accept, this age diversity. And that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to promote inclusion in this way as well, to give the same opportunity to everyone. And then what is closely linked to that is thinking about what will be the future of these people. So, for instance, right now I have 30 people at my store, and I already know that in 5 years I will only need 20 of them. And me, as a manager, I have the responsibility to prepare a plan for those 10 people who will have to leave my store, but who can still stay in the company and maybe just change their working position. And this is important, that you have to see all those people working at our stores as your partners and to create good working conditions for them for the future as well. And that's how we see diversity in our company. Thank you. In my view, in Provident, we see diversity and inclusion as a natural part of our company strategy. Now, I only joined Provident some 5 months ago, and before I worked in large, successful corporations, so I can compare the situation in this company and elsewhere. I think diversity is important, but you can't just use all these different measurements and figures, because that may actually become quite annoying to many people and quite unnatural. So, in my opinion, in Provident, we are really doing quite well in this regard. And even when you look at our figures show very good balance between men and women, and 40% of our managers are women. And basically, we do not have any pay gap in our company. But most of this happened naturally. And what also helps is to have certain recruitment procedures. Now, these days, people who come as job seekers to our recruiters, they say that they feel there is a good atmosphere in our company and they really want to work with us. This also helps us in the recruitment and also in the retention rate. Retention rate is very important, especially today. Now, the usual turnover at call centers in companies is between 50 and 60%. However, in our call centers, the turnover rate of people is around 30%, which is really well below the national average of call center turnover. So I think this shows that people like working for us. So that are just a few thoughts on my side. Yes, I'm going to continue. I must say, well, turnover, that's an interesting topic. So let me speak about that as well. In our company, we really see diversity and inclusion in solidarity among our employees. When we do surveys among our staff, what they really appreciate is good relationships at our workplace. And well, maybe I could mention that our turnover rate is only 20% at our call center, but no, I don't want to compete with you, I'm just joking. So we are also trying to help our people to stay with us, and we are also trying to help people coming from disadvantaged groups. For instance, we have a special program for single parents, single mothers usually, and we also have special programs for people in socially challenging situations. So when we see so our employees know that in case they end up in a difficult situation, they can count on us. And this is a long-term strategy that we promote. Then the second aspect I would like to mention, and it's something practical and measurable, is that when you want to be inclusive, you have to be open. You have to create certain openness, and you have to try to remove obstacles. So when I said that our strategy was to increase the part-time work from 6% to 11%, it's about the current situation at the labor market. We also know that if we offer more opportunities in part-time work, we will get more job seekers coming to us, and they will have better opportunities for work-life balance. We also have this smart office concept, which we introduced 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, we said, let's go for it, let's do it, and let's not make any compromises here. We really want to enable everyone to work from anywhere. We have to give these people this opportunity. And that's a primary responsibility of our managers as well. And this is how you build trust of your people. And at the same time, you have to trust your people. And only in this way, if you trust them, then you can get so much from them. So by giving this flexibility, we create opportunities for many other people who otherwise wouldn't be able to work for us. Now, we recently carried out this survey after 2 years, and we asked our people, are you happy about the flexibility model? And 85% of people said, yes, we are very happy, and we never want to get back to where we were 2 years ago. Now, I think if a new general manager comes in and says everybody has to be actually physically present in the office all the time, I believe only 10% of the people stay in our bank. All the rest would leave. So this equality, that's a really important concept, and we want to create these equal opportunities. Okay, we are very open also. We say yes, today there's a 4% pay gap, but we want to remove even that. We want to get to 0. And in this way, you also promote your competitiveness. You become more competitive. So, in my view, diversity, it's all about giving people equal opportunities, and at the same time, it helps your company, it helps your business, it helps your competitiveness. So I think diversity is a win-win situation for everyone.
What was the question, actually? Well, yes, I thought I should probably repeat it. It was about diversity and inclusion and how it helps your company adapt to the future changes in the labor market. Oh, thank you. I was listening to my colleagues and then I just lost focus a little bit. I've already told you what is ahead of us at GasNet. There are major changes ahead of us. We need to adapt in terms of technologies. And in order to be successful in that respect, we need to create an environment which will help our people deal with that and which will help them be happy working for us. So diversity and inclusion is a must. How does that work in practice? We make sure that our people have a lot of flexibility and freedom in implementing their ideas. So they know that they can be heard and seen. And I've mentioned this at several official events. There are islands of positive deviation. That's what a colleague of mine used to call it in the past. But the idea is that if you have a few enthusiastic people among your employees with a specific idea, they will then infect in a good way everybody else. So obviously, energy, and especially the gas sector, that doesn't really tend to be a sector that is very attractive to women. But our objective, so it wouldn't really make sense for us to set specific objectives in terms of a specific percentage of women in our workforce. But what we do is try to attract smart women who will bring new ideas to teams. Our teams are predominantly male, yes, but I mean, our priority, our objective is to use our employees' potential. We are Czech-based, we are local, and I believe that all of you know all those jokes about, you know, the citizens, people living in Prague as opposed to people living in Brno, etc. But yes, there are people who are, let's say, based in Prague or based in Brno. They have different sensitivities around that, and we definitely want to make sure that our people in the regions don't feel like the people from Prague dictate everything. So that's why we want to include and make sure everybody is involved. Now, in terms of digitization, as you can imagine, if your workforce is spread across the country, then obviously the IT department as such cannot be the only department responsible for upskilling your workforce. If you have thousands of employees, you cannot even, it doesn't really make sense to hire an external company. So what we did was we issued an appeal to our employees and asked them, are you willing to help? And we've created a community of what we call digital ambassadors. They are our employees who are aware of the latest technological trends. They know what to do. They have a lot of know-how, and they are able to. They help us make sure that all of our employees can fully use the tools, the IT tools that are already available in the company. For example, just a simple Microsoft package. So these ambassadors are all over the country, and they are in charge of raising awareness among their colleagues. So if a colleague doesn't know what to do, doesn't know how to use a specific tool, this ambassador organizes a Teams meeting with that particular person and helps them out. And there is a great added value to that. And these ambassadors know that they are so useful to our company. We also have another team, another community, which is cultural ambassadors. Our cultural ambassadors are also so important, but we only realized their importance when they first starting working for us. Before then, we were not really aware of how important they are. The initiative started when we started focusing on our company values, because some time ago, a company-wide discussion started about our future, our values, and about whether or not the values that were in place 20 years ago are still actually accurate today. We used Arnold, our chatbot, to carry out a survey among our employees about our values, and we used this cultural team, these cultural ambassadors, who then processed the results we received, the feedback that we received from our employees. Our cultural ambassadors are a very diverse community, all kinds of ages and locations, and they told us we need to have values. So safety, security, and with respect. Those are our basic core values that will help us adapt to the future. And we've discovered that if you have such a team, such a community from among your employees, you don't really need to launch a major awareness-raising campaign, because people talk to each other. You don't really need official leaflets or posters or stuff like that. Our digital and cultural ambassadors have helped us really introduce this topic in our company. So diversity helps us a lot. It helps us really use the full potential and the full diversity of our employees. That helps you change things naturally. Changes become much more natural. People don't feel that those changes are artificial. They don't feel like somebody else is speaking for them. But these ambassadors help us really, let's say, interpret or get the message across between management and the workforce at large. So that's part of diversity, and it helps us move forward. Thank you. In your reply, you've actually already provided a reply to my next question. So let me ask now. All of you have mentioned specific methods or tools that you are using. Could you pinpoint those that you use the most often? And then the second part of my question is something you've already replied to, actually. How do your people, your employees, respond to these tools and methods? What's the feedback? Do your people feel that these methods and tools are natural, or do they feel it's rather something you're pushing onto them from top? Erika first. Well, let me start again by mentioning Arnold, our chatbot. That's a tool that we discovered during the COVID pandemic, and because we needed to know how people were doing. People were not present in the office, and it was not easy to get in touch with them. It was far more complicated for our managers, especially at the very beginning. And we had several tools that we were using. Some of them created perfect charts. But then we found out that the situation was not ideal, and that perhaps these tools were not fit for their purpose, that the people just responded very formally, etc. And we discovered Arnold the chatbot. It is based on mobile phones, so you don't need to really use your laptop. It's just 5 questions, 5 very simple questions, using your mobile phone. And we are still working with Arnold. During the COVID pandemic, we asked our people questions every week. Currently, the frequency has gone down to twice a month. And these questions very often concerned what is happening in the company, then occupational safety and health, but also about new things, new projects that we are working on. We ask them whether they are aware of those projects, etc. It's 5 question maximum using your mobile phone, and the response rate really is more than 85%. Because it's simple. It's so simple. It's so easy to do. You just click on 5 things anywhere. Even if we have one of our technicians working somewhere, they can fill that survey in during their lunch break, for example, in a few minutes. And that's so important for us because we have constant feedback every 2 weeks. And then we can work with it. And what is also very important in order to have such a response rate is to work with the output. So we always discuss the results with at the management board meetings or different levels, depending on the level that is relevant to the given topic. We also have an icon on our intranet where people can actually check where we list all the surveys and then our responses and, let's say, the measures we intend to take. And this is a very good way to let people know what's happening in the company and give them an opportunity to comment on it. And then we have the communities, which I've mentioned, the trust that you give these communities. And then a third aspect would be external activities. That would be mainly our cooperation with schools, with the youngest generation, because really, we need to have a future pool of talents, pool of people who will potentially become our employees in the future. And obviously also the external world, the world around us, is undergoing changes and we need to keep up. So we need to think ahead, not only a few months ahead, but also years ahead. But really, the foundation is to make sure that diversity and inclusion really is something people can feel. It cannot just be a formal cliche. It's not just about us counting how many women we have on board, but really to make people feel that they are included, that they are part of the company. Thank you. Well, in terms of tools, I was thinking about the tools that we're using actually, because the variety is quite wide. My colleagues have already mentioned the fact that quotas might not always be the best idea. Personally, I've undergone a mindset change, let's say. If you had asked me 5 years ago whether objectives in terms of diversity were a good idea, I would have told you, no, that's nonsense, that doesn't make any sense. But I've come to realize that it's actually quite useful to set objectives in these areas, because that tends to draw attention, and then you can also monitor whether or not you're making any projects. As I've said, I don't like quotas, so we call it objectives. So the objective is to have 40% of women in our management. And the reason why we set that particular objective is not to force women into management at any cost, but we organize regular roundtables, and we want to just draw attention to this topic. We want to make sure that we scout for opportunities to see, do we have somebody with the right skill set who could actually be a contribution, who could actually be very good. And I'd also like to say that we've given our employees quite a lot of trust, because we've transitioned into the online world, and the management skills required for that have changed completely. Our managers should be far more building on empathy and communication with people. And here, and I'm shooting myself in the foot here a little bit, the feminine dimension in this is so important. So really, yes, objectives are good, and we need to monitor the situation in this respect. And Erika has also mentioned ambassadors. I think every company has ambassadors. We don't call them ambassadors. We have KB Sense, we have KB Spirits, and all kinds of programs where we focus on mixing up our employees, on creating diverse groups from various departments, various areas, but also representing various age groups and educational backgrounds, so people can meet. And last week I participated in one such meeting, and I wish you could see and feel the energy that was there. Really, it was electrifying. So I definitely recommend everybody to participate in those meetings. We have all kinds of talent management programs and ambassador programs, and that's definitely something you need in a company. What I also think works really well is to create awareness of what diversity and inclusion actually means. We have been doing surveys in this among our employees. And it's interesting that in the Czech Republic a few years ago, when we had questions, for example, like, do you believe there are any issues in terms of diversity and inclusion in your company? 90% of people used to say, no, we don't think there are any issues. But I don't think they really mean no. I think it rather means that a lot of people don't really understand what diversity and inclusion actually means. So what you need to work on is awareness of what that actually entails and how we can help build it. And I don't know whether we can actually call that tools, but this is something we've been focusing on also with colleagues within Société Générale. And we Czechs are very specific in one particular respect. We tend to look abroad and say, well, we're better than most of the foreign colleagues. But I believe there are areas where we really can learn a lot, especially in the west of Europe. So we've been bringing a lot of know-how from Paris to the Czech Republic. Well, thank you. A lot of practices and tools have been mentioned. I'm racking my brains now to see what I could actually add. At Provident, diversity and inclusion has been part of all of our processes. This week, we're talking about nominations for our global talent program, and focusing on what talent actually means to us. And obviously, in terms of talent, we also make sure we have all kinds of age groups, locations, genders represented in the program. In June, we are going to have a review of the human potential that we have in the company. We do that twice a year, and twice a year we take a look at who we have in terms of employees and their talents and opportunities. And also we look at how diverse our teams are. 2 months ago, we introduced a mentoring program where each member of the board is in charge of a specific region. And regardless of whether they are a man or a woman or where they are based, everybody has a mentor within a specific region. And that has been part and parcel of all of our processes. And in my opinion, what really works well is to have role models, to lead by example. As a board, some time ago, we organized a volunteer day. We worked with children in schools for children with special learning needs. And I think that is a very good example, because when you see a member of the board really participating in an event like that, it sets a much better example than just setting up procedures. Generally speaking, I think our employees really enjoy what we call dialogues, where members of the board travel to regions and really organize discussions with employees and listen to their feedback about what works, what doesn't work, etc. We also organize webinars for our employees. In April, we had a diversity month. So we were focusing on the generation gap, on misfits, on what to do with people who feel they don't fit in or who have very specific skill sets. So that is something I could actually mention as an example of what our employees like. Well, thank you. Having listened to all the other panelists, I'd like to say I support one thing. It's bringing attention to a specific topic. That's what is a good practice. You really need to make sure that a specific topic becomes part of your processes, be it talent management, etc. And in Albert, I'd like to specifically mention succession planning. That is something that has been working so well in our company. And I've worked for many companies in my lifetime, and Albert has been the first company where that really works. At the management board, there are 10 members, and 4 of them are women, so it's 40%. And in order to reach 50%, we just need 1 more woman. But anyway, I've been working at Albert for 7 years now, and I think I'm the last person, the last member of the board recruited from outside of the company. And I'm one of the 2 oldest, let's say, member of the board. So the remaining 8 members of the board have been recruited internally. For example, our financial director, our latest financial director, has been recruited internally. That was a result of her career growth, and the director is a female. She's a lady, and her that particular position for her was the result of a very well done succession planning, and she keeps proving to us that the decision was excellent. So it's always good to just remind your managers that there is a pool of people you have, but we really need to make sure that we don't abuse or misuse quotas. If you have 5 good candidates, really good candidates, and none of them is a woman, you don't just recruit a woman artificially, no. But you need to make sure that there is a very good succession planning, so you prepare your people internally. Last year, at the beginning of last year, we launched a group which we called Young Albert. It's a group of people, of our young employees across Albert. So it's from our retail centers, from the distribution center, etc. And it really was a leap of faith for us too, because we just selected a group of very enthusiastic young people and said, okay, we will support you, and you can just implement your own ideas. Now they have several hundred members, and it's been working very well. There is no age limit, though, so there are people who are in their 40s who are also members of Young Albert. So age really is just a number. It's about your mindset, really. And this group has been active all across Europe within Albert, and we really use their feedback. We ask them for feedback on what the company is doing, on product innovations, on sales techniques. So they, to us, are the ones who represent the opinions of the young, the voices of the youngest generation. Then, after several months, we realized it would be nice to also look at the other end of the spectrum, let's say. And obviously, and some naysayers said, okay, so you now have a group called Old Albert or something. Oh, that's definitely going to attract people. So no, we call them Experienced Albert. And those are people who have a lot of experience, not only from within Albert, but also from elsewhere. And we also have people there who are in their 40s, but they started working for Albert 20 years ago, and they're still loyal. They're still with us. So actually, you can see how the groups overlap to a certain extent. And the Experienced Albert group really is also very spontaneous. The people share their experience. Obviously, that's a different type of experience than within the Young Albert group, but it's been working really well. And right now, we are working on interconnecting these two groups. We've already started doing some mentoring, intergroup mentoring. And these groups have shown us that there really is no age limit. We don't really tell our people, okay, you will be a member of Young Albert now, and then 6 months later, you already belong to Experienced Albert. No. And this is something where we, as the company, served as let's say, the one who initiated that particular project, but then it's been working on its own. Thank you very much. Ctirat, again, you will be the first person that I will ask to respond to my next question. And that would be the, let's say, most frequently mentioned topic recently. That's the integration of Ukrainians into our labor markets. So my question to all of you would be, what is your experience in terms of what you've learned in the past few years? Because we have always had workers from Ukraine in the past, but has anything changed since the start of the Russian aggression? And then another sub-question would be, do you think there is sufficient support from the state in this, or is there anything else that you need in order to be able to deal with the situation? Is there anything that the state administration can still do for you?
Okay, thank you. Well, so let me start with a bit of historical background. Yes, this crisis in Ukraine is a big change for all of us. But when it comes to employing people from Ukraine, we have had quite some experience already before the crisis. We were employing some 500 people, which is quite a significant group when it comes to 20,000 of our people. However, it's not the only minority we work with. We have people from some 17 nationalities working in our company, maybe in distribution centers. So we have some experience with working with people from different countries and nationalities. Now, you asked what changed after the crisis. Yes, we were very much affected, especially in the very first weeks and months, because many of our colleagues had close relatives in those areas that were directly affected by this. So at the very beginning, we had to find ways of helping these people. At the very beginning, it almost seemed to be that we would have to let some people go to simply fight in that war, which eventually didn't really happen. But what was necessary was to give these people some extra days off so that they can take a car, drive to the frontier, to the boundary. So that's what we did. We gave them these days off, and we also provided them perhaps with means of transportation to be able to go there and to bring people in here. Then, in the second stage, we started offering work to these people. We didn't do it artificially. It was a part of the natural process, because when you have 20,000 employees, you get vacant jobs every day. So when there was a vacancy, we were trying to get people in, to integrate them into our company. So right now, let me give you some figures. To the initial 500 Ukrainian people, we added some 150 people more, or maybe 200, including people at the distribution centers. Then now we will see how things develop in the future, how many of these people will eventually stay in the Czech Republic in the long term. We were also trying to provide flexibility, such as part-time jobs, because lots of these people were women with small children who wouldn't be able to do full-time jobs. They really needed part-time jobs. So we also tried to do some job sharing between several people with part-time jobs, maybe. Now, it will depend in the future how the situation develops, but we have been always very happy with our Ukrainian employees. Ukrainian people can do a really good job. They appreciate this opportunity to work here. I don't say that the Czech people don't, but I just want to share the experience. And the last question you mentioned was whether we need more help from public authorities. And this was in general or about the integration of the Ukrainian community? It was with regard to the flee of Ukrainian refugees. Okay. I'm not sure how to answer this question. Now I understand we are at the premises of the Chamber of Deputies at the Czech Parliament, so, well, what shall I say? I think we have to see this in the general context, and I think there's still lots of opportunity how the Czech public administration could be involved, that it still should improve and help companies even more. At the very beginning of COVID pandemic, I was very optimistic. I was thinking that our lawmakers will understand what's going on and they will start changing the laws to reflect the new situation. However, it didn't really happen. And I believe that the public administration can do a lot more in terms of digitalization, greater flexibility at the labor market. We in the companies, we in the business world, we are doing a lot, but we definitely need more help from the public administration. Thank you. In our company, when it comes to gender diversity, we are doing quite a lot. When it comes to the diversity of national background, I must say we are not very diverse here. It's because of the nature of our business that we really need Czech native speakers to do the business. Yeah, we have some mix in the management team, but the vast majority of our employees are Czech natives. Yeah. So we were more thinking about how we could help Ukrainian refugees, both financially and material help. We have very good long-term cooperation with this big NGO, Men in Need, People in Need. And we were perhaps trying to help some of our clients of Ukrainian nationality. For instance, one of our clients is this lady who suddenly had to take care of 5 small children who arrived from Ukraine. So we organized a collection to help her. But no, we do not really have that many people from Ukraine working for us. So it's not a topic for us. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm thinking where to start or how to tackle this. I must say that like everyone, we were also affected by this crisis a lot, and we were really going through this in the real time. And there was this great wave of solidarity among our people in Komerční banka. Me and one of my colleagues, one day after the conflict started, we immediately decided to open up our training center at Palmovka in Prague and to provide it to refugees. Right now we have 50 women and 38 children accommodated in our training facility. So, okay, when you see that on TV, it's not so personal yet, but when these women with small children started arriving in the middle of the night and they come with their children and with a plastic bag in their hand, you start see things differently immediately, and it really affected me a lot. yes, our bank, the Komerční banka, okay, we organize lots of crowdfunding events and lots of collections. However, what we were really trying to do was also to help these people with the integration, and it's not always easy. First, there's the language barrier. We are working a lot on that. We were trying to provide language training to all these mothers so that they can find jobs. I believe, if I'm not wrong, 18 of these women already found a job. Then the second thing, it has completely changed our view of people coming from Ukraine. In the past, we used to see Ukrainian workers as those people who take low qualification jobs. However, now there were these 50 women, and 2/3 of them had university degrees, and they were looking for appropriate jobs here. We are trying to help them. I really don't want to even speak about it. I think it's quite natural, and it's something what everybody should do. And we want to do a lot more. As to the support from the Czech public administration, it may sound controversial, but we shouldn't forget about our other groups of people. It's not only about Ukraine. We sold another bank, and we were in close contact with people, with some of our colleagues from Russia. And those people are really unhappy, and they were trying to do the best to escape Russia and to come into the Western world. So actually this is something we should keep in mind as well. Yes, thank you. When it comes to Ukrainian workers in GasNet, we never really had a direct experience with them. It was more related to our supply chains. Because we do not do everything directly, we are outsourcing some of our activities. And I must say we were really scared at the very beginning by this whole conflict, because we thought, will our suppliers be able to continue at all? Will the business in our suppliers continue? We were really concerned. We thought that lots of these Ukrainian people will simply go and fight for their country. Some of them did, but not all of them. Many of them stayed here. Now, when the conflict started, we were thinking of how we could help these people. So we contributed to the NGO, People in Need. Our people collected money. We as a company topped up the collection. Now, we had 3 available apartments, which we could provide to 3 individual families. However, that's it we could do. As I explained, the vast part of our activity is really hard male work, and Ukrainian men stayed in the country to defend their country. Most refugees who came here were mothers with young children, so we didn't really have suitable jobs for them. I believe in the future, once these refugees learn Czech to an advanced level, we can give them some jobs, but at the moment our possibilities are limited. Well, we have been contacted by several Ukrainian men who were asking about jobs in our facilities. However, unfortunately, we came across some obstacles required by the Czech law, by the Czech standardization requirements, because these colleagues do not have the necessary certification. For instance, welders from Ukraine are not allowed to do welding jobs in the Czech Republic because they don't have the EU standardized certificate yet. And I must say, I was really surprised at the beginning that it was not possible, because I thought welding is a general activity that is done in the same way in the Czech Republic or in Ukraine. but obviously not. They need these EU certificates, and maybe when they get them in the future, they can do it. Thank you very much. Initially, I wanted to give the floor to our audience to ask some questions, but we will have to leave that for networking during lunch break, because now we have to move on. But first of all, I would like to ask you all to come to the panel so that we can make a joint photo. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just a very, very short technical break, because before the charter accession ceremony, we just need to change the settings here before we start the ceremony. So just a moment.
Well, as I've mentioned, we are coming to a ceremony, accession ceremony, and I would like to welcome or ask to come to the stage the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Ms. Markéta Pekarová Adamová, who is the patron of this ceremony. And the floor is yours to give your speech for the companies. Good afternoon. It's still the morning. I'm not sure, actually. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be able to welcome you here, even though you've been here for a few hours now. So this is basically almost the end of today's meeting, but still, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk to you briefly now. I've been a patron of this event for a number of years now. And it always makes me extremely happy to see how many people are able to meet here, how many people who really believe diversity and inclusion is important, and also people who really can make a difference. And very often this might not be easy for you to actually enforce within companies. Personally, I have an HR background. And I know how difficult it sometimes is to convince your colleague that what you're doing is the right thing to do. So I'd like to wish all of you every success. Every year there are more and more companies who realize how important this is and that this is part of their company corporate social responsibility. They understand that they play an important role in their employees' lives, because all of us are affected not only by our personal life, but by what is happening in our families, but also by what is happening in our professional work. in our professional life. And so this is something that we might not be aware of all the time, but this still is so important, and also for society as a whole. Currently, diversity has been something that has been very present in our lives from a completely different standpoint in the last few months. I would like to thank all of you who are providing employment to our friends from Ukraine, who are seeking security here, safety here. It's almost 60,000 people who have come here during the past weeks and who have been able to find jobs. Trust me, we are changing their lives far more than we normally do right now. So thank you for that, because if the degree of success with which we are able to integrate these people will have a major impact on our success in the future. And this is also, of course, part of the moral obligation, moral duty that I feel toward them. But I believe that what we do for these people now will definitely return in the future. Obviously, diversity has a lot of forms. I actually wrote my dissertation on this during my studies. And I think this is a new impulse, i.e. the influx of our new compatriots, let's say, is something that can enable us to actually take stock of how far we've come and whether or not there is some room for improvement in terms of inclusion of people with disabilities, for example, or of parents with young children, or people who are approaching their retirement age. And we as the Czech Republic and as the government are very aware of the fact that there is still major room for improvement, not only in the context of this crisis, of these. There are also hundreds of thousands of people living here who are single parents, for example. And I was actually, this was very important to me before I became a part of the government, when I was still part of an opposition party. This is something we need to work on, because the Czech Republic is still lagging behind to a certain extent. We need to make sure that our citizens have available and affordable childcare, or that there are flexible working conditions available for carers who, for example, are taking care of their elderly parents. And again, this will enrich not only them, but everybody else too. Thank you very much once again for doing all this every day, for contributing to this every day. This is the Diversity Day, but you actually implement diversity 365 days a year. So thank you very much again, once again. Thank you. And I would like to ask the speaker to stay on the stage for this ceremony, the Accession Ceremony, where the representatives of several companies will sign the charter. We will have representatives of several companies. I will always say the name of the company. You can come to the stage or give a speech if you like. Then you will sign the kappa chart. We will give you a certificate, we will take a photo, and then I will ask you to go to my right-hand side and wait behind me. First of all, Mr. Company Kindril Libor Michalčík, the Executive Director. Jana Černínová, the HR Partner of the Kindril Client Center. And Jiří Batěk, CEO of the Control Czech Republic. And the floor is yours. If I may, I will start. Good afternoon once again. As I told you at the beginning of the panel discussion, diversity and inclusion is not a new topic for us. This is something that we have been focusing on long term. And today is, let's say, when these long-term activities are coming to fruition. We are signing the Diversity Charter today. And what does that actually mean for our future? I believe that this will be an important impulse for us to make sure that we are even more active and that we try even harder to provide our employees, but also all our other partners, with the best possible working conditions. Thank you. Well, it's afternoon now, so good afternoon, yes. I think Libor has basically said it all. So I will just perhaps quote Mr. Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who said when they asked him, why do you have so many women in your government? Well, he replied, well, because it's 2022. And that's why we do diversity. It's 2022 and it's natural. I will now ask you to sign. The chart is behind you. I hope you are able to locate the correct line. Congratulations and every success. I should have let my colleague come first. Thank you. And now the photo, please. Perhaps also with representatives of the Business for Society organization. That's what my instruction says. Thank you. And now I would like to ask you to take the certificate and move next door, and we will then call you to the stage once again at the very end. Thank you. Let's continue with company number 2. And again, let me welcome Ines Windisch of Zentiva. She's the head of HR Communication and Sustainability. Good afternoon once again. Hello. Tentokrát je to diverzita i pokud jde o výšku. Děkuji mnohokrát.
An employee of Zentiva, and I think we have already a great and healthy company. But I think by signing this diversity charter, we want to be even better in the future. We would like to share with you what we do, and we would like to get inspired by you as well. So thanks for that.
So unless there are any other speeches coming up, you can move on to actually signing the charter. Thank you very much. And I will also ask you to move backstage. The next company is JTI International, and I would like to ask Jelena Jugová, People and Culture Director for Czech Republic and Slovakia, on the stage, and Jarmila Šimková, the People and Culture Manager.
Je to na vás, dámy, možná zase velikost se bude
I will speak English if you don't mind. Czech Republic have been so inclusive for me this year. So I've been here for 3 years already. So, but it somehow didn't help me to progress my Czech. Okay. JTI is in JTI, DNI is essential part of who we are, and it's embedded in our strategy. We have many practices to share as well, but it starts with a commitment and with the attitude in the short term. Of course, long term is a big journey, not the easiest one. It's eliminated barriers, biases, some cultural, historical, and we are so honored today to be a member of this trusted and very collaborative community, the community where we see everyone faces the same challenges, the community where everyone is ready to share their insights and to share their experiences. So we are happy also to share, and I believe together we can do the world better, because literally we are here for the one mission, to shape our future. And in our businesses, making the culture more inclusive, we can do this.
Já už jenom velmi krátce. Jelena je vysoká.
Jelena is so tall. And again, I would like to say that I'm so happy to be here, that we can join the European Diversity Charter. It is a major commitment for us vis-à-vis to our people, our company, but also this is a great opportunity for us to share with others and learn from the others, from those who have already been part of the Charter before us. We are excited to share experiences and knowledge and move forward. Can we also take a photo, please? Thank you. And congratulations. And now I would like to ask representatives of Atlas Copco Services to the stage, specifically Mr. Radek Nešleha, the CEO, and Magda Piknová-Sedláčková, who is the Integration Process Manager and Diversity Champion, representing the same company. Welcome. Good afternoon. I'd like to say on behalf of our company that it is an honor for us to be here, and we are happy to be exceeding the Diversity Charter today. It is a major commitment to us, and also a sort of declaration of something that we have been working on for some time now. Diversity and inclusion are key values for us, and we believe that if we spread and disseminate this information among our employees, this will then have a very positive influence on the company's environment as a whole and on society. And by declaring our accession here, by signing this charter, we also declare that we intend to be even more active and learn from you and share our experience with you. Thank you. Thank you. And now, Unibail Rodamco Westfield. Specifically, we have two representatives, Ms. Pavlína Kadlecová, the Director of Human Resources Central Europe, and Ms. Zuzana Janorová, Director of Leasing Central Europe. Hello. Good afternoon. Our company is part of a highly competitive sector, and only high performance and excellent ideas is what enables us to be competitive in this environment globally. But without diversity and inclusion being part of our environment, this would not be possible. That's something we've been working on with our colleagues in Europe and the US. It is an honor for us to become signatories of this charter, and we are looking forward to further developing and learning from all of you and with you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague and our ambassador for diversity and inclusion, who has devoted so much time to it. And she is also the director of leasing for Central Europe, so that's not the main part of her activities, but it is such an important topic, and the results of her activities are visible across the company. Now I would like to ask to come to the stage representatives of Halmstad in Czech, specifically Ms. Kateřina Pěchovič, the press secretary and person responsible for CSR projects. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here today. I've been enjoying this conference all day and all morning, and I'm the press secretary of the company, but I'm also here as a person who has been in charge of CSR project together with my team. We have almost 700 people working for our company, and all of us are trying to create a welcoming environment for tens of thousands of our clients. We have been working on that for a while through various programs for our tenants. Sometimes we do well, sometimes less well, but we always try and make sure that we are on the right track. And this is yet another opportunity for us to improve, to be better. And I believe this will continue to help us to open our minds a little bit more. So thank you for letting us be here today, and I look forward to the afternoon session where we will be able to give you more information on what we do. And the last company that I would like to welcome to the stage, the last signatory, is NSD Czech Republic and its representative, Ms. Anita Zubak, Associate Vice President, Global Application Management Services and Prague IT Hub Lead. Good afternoon. A zbytek řeknu anglicky.
opportunity. So MSD Czech Republic is one of the affiliates of our American headquarters, which is Merck & Company Incorporated, located in New Jersey, in the East Coast of the United States. We are a pharmaceutical company, and about several years ago, we've actually added a member of the executive team to focus on diversity and inclusion, not only because of the importance for our employees, but also the patients that we serve in terms of our medicine and having access to our medicine. So here in the Czech Republic, we have about 1,500 employees. We also have about 70 different nationalities represented in our company. And you can see the value of diversity and inclusion in everything that we do, just the energy and the innovation because of the embracing of diversity and inclusion. So we are happy to continue to be leaders of diversity and inclusion here in the Czech Republic, and thank you for this opportunity to join this important initiative. Thank you.
For the sake of diversity, I will speak in Czech.
I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank all of our colleagues, because they are what drives us. They are the drivers behind us. They are the ones who are able to implement diversity and inclusion in practice, and that's why we're here today. So thank you once again. Thank you very much. Zůstaňte prosím tady. So now I'd like to ask all the other signatories of the Diversity Charter to come to the stage again to take a picture, a group picture with the speaker and the representatives of Business for Society. I would like to ask somebody to help me move this thing so it doesn't get in the way of photos. There is not enough diversity in terms of height, so I'd like to ask the taller members of the group to stand behind the shorter ones, and please stand closer together. Thank you very much to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that this beautiful ceremony showed you how networking works, because when everybody was backstage, I could hear the lively chatter backstage. So I am sure that all of the representatives of these companies use the opportunity to network. And I'd like to wish you more opportunities to be able to use your time more efficiently, to be able to look at back to what you had done in the past years with pride. I hope you have more and a lot of such moments of pride in your life. I wish you every success in everything you do. I wish you every success not only in terms of diversity, but in all your activities, all the sectors that you represent, because that's very important for all of us. And I look forward to see more such signatories, new colleagues of yours from other companies next year. Thank you very much once again for coming, and enjoy the rest of the day. Goodbye. One more photo. Just to explain, when we asked Markéta to become the patron of our event 5 years ago, she was not a member of the government yet. It was very difficult for us to find partners for this event, and I'm so happy to say that it's become far easier now. And there are a lot of legislative proposals already on the table on flexible working conditions and part-time work, etc. So thank you so much, Markéta, and I look forward to meeting you again next year and the year after next and the year after next. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I believe we've all deserved a lunch break, but before you leave, I'd like to tell you that we'll have those exclusive workshops after lunch, so please don't forget and please make sure you participate. All of you are welcome. We have one workshop on diversity and inclusion masterclass, then on intercultural practice with Petr Bittner, and then diversity and inclusion strategies and their implementation. Then, after the end of the workshops, we will meet here once again and officially close the conference. So enjoy your lunch break and enjoy your meal.
Celá společnost je diverzitní, takže je logické a správné, abychom toho využívali i v rámci zaměstnávání lidí, aby i pestré týmy tvořily pestré produkty pro celou společnost.
My name is Ayesha Reiki. I'm Canada's ambassador to the Czech Republic. I'm also a wife and a mother of 2 teenage children. Diversity and inclusion is, those are big words, but I think at their heart, for me as a manager and as a leader, it's about creating healthy, happier, and more productive, creative, innovative workplaces. The result of diversity and inclusion, when it's done well and when it's done successfully, is that individuals feel like they belong to the organization. They feel that they can bring their whole selves to work. When you bring more people around the table and you have diverse perspectives, you see things that you didn't see before. You maybe have new ideas and new solutions, which when they come together, give birth to something quite incredible.
Vůbec si nejsem jistá, že bych do tohohle šla jako se svým prvním dítětem. Myslím si, že bych jako nechtěla se nechat připravit o tu zkušenost. Pak vlastně jsem viděla i to, jak ty děti prospívají v té školce, jak jim vlastně pomáhá ten kolektiv, jak jsou rádi spolu a jako s těma kamarádama. A díky tomu jsem vlastně ztratila tu zábranu v tom, že jakoby to funguje, i když jim dám ten prostor být s někým jiným.
My jsme měli 1 rok o toho, abychom se oddělili jako Gasnet od Inoji.
Ten projekt vlastně začal jako strašně rychle. Já jsem nastoupila vlastně ve fázi jakoby přípravy toho projektu a od začátku to jelo vlastně hrozně intenzivním tempem. Na to, jak ambiciozní to bylo, tak to šlo vlastně překvapivě dobře. A takhle bych řekla, že jsme úspěšně jeli asi 8 měsíců, když vlastně poprvé přišla jako velká krize. Já si to jako pamatuju jako dneska, byla jsem prostě s dětma na výletě někde na horách, v přírodě a do toho telefonát, hele, je to jako v háji, máme tady prostě krizový meeting, řešíme vlastně s dodavatelem, co s tou situací budeme dělat.
Teď tam vzadu pobíhaly ty děti prostě a byl to fakt jako mazec tam, jo. Já vlastně jsem to dlouho ani nevěděl, že ona má 3 děti, ona má prostě 9, 7 a měla na začátku 8měsíční dítě, jako jo, to je úplně pro mě. A my jsme moc jako ohledy nebrali a tím pádem prostě ona do toho šla jako plnohodnotný člen týmu a tady jako nebylo moc prostor na to, aby jsme byli k někomu nějaký jako sluníčkářský. Já vlastně za sebe jako vnímám to, že Hanka i přenáší ten rodinný svět do toho firemního v tom, že vlastně ona je takový pečovací typ, jo. Já bych třeba neměl trpělivost na to, prostě se pořád s někým bavit dokola a vysvětlovat mu něco.
Ta krize zrodila nové hvězdy. Ukázali se vlastně lidi z pozadí těch týmů, kteří najednou vstoupili do popředí a jako v těch dalších týdnech vlastně si to vzali za své a vlastně dokopali ten projekt do konce. Takže díky nim jsme jakoby tu krizi zvládli a posunuli vlastně ten go live toho projektu pouze o 2 měsíce.
Ale bylo to super. Byla to super jízda.
Myslím si, že jako dítě je úplně skvělá věc v životě, ale není to jako důvod pro to přestat být jako sám sebou a realizovat se i v jiných věcech, které člověka baví. Naopak věřím tomu, že když člověk dělá to, co jako má rád a daří se mu to aspoň část toho času věnovat těm věcem, který má rád, tak dokáže být i dobrým rodičem a vlastně příkladem pro ty děti, protože i tím se ty děti jakoby něco učí. A není to o tom, že třeba řídí takhle velký projekt. Já sama jsem vlastně spoustu let pracovala jako na částečný úvazek s dětma, kdy vlastně ta rodina byla víc na mě. A pak vlastně, když jsem tu šanci měla a ten čas jakoby jsem měla, tak jsem vlastně tyhle ty zkušenosti mohla zužitkovat. A byly to vlastně oni, které mi jako dopomohly i k té roli. Bez nich bych vlastně těžko mohla vůbec mít ambici takovýhle projekt řídit.
So I watched the video of Hannah's story, and again, I think there's a real practical, honest story there that many of us can relate to. What it is when we first have children and we want to be with them and bear witness to every step and new word and, achievement at school, but also what it is to have a drive and a motivation to contribute to professional work and world, and was really happy to see it and inspired by it. Part of my job is to live actually all over the world, and with my family we've moved all over the world, and I'd say what I have learned is that countries learn from each other. I think that Canada has a lot to learn from the Czech Republic, and Czech Republic can also learn from Canada's experience, and in the exchange that we find kind of what we need in a moment. So for me, what it's come down to is frankly connecting to the people here in the Czech Republic who are committed to these issues to see what we can learn from each other. The key is learning and being willing to keep learning and to know that you're going to make some mistakes, but to learn from them, to be honest about those mistakes, and then to commit to keep doing better. I think that there is room to really see that there is untapped potential that we can all benefit from.
Taky už jste přemýšleli o tom, že uděláte něco, co má opravdu smysl, něco, čím podpoříte svoje okolí. Něco, kde potkáte nové lidi a získáte nové zkušenosti. Něco, čím posílíte týmového ducha, ale obohatí to i vás samotné. A uděláte něco, co někomu jinému opravdu pomůže. Něco, při čem poznáte, jak to chodí na místech, která jsou tak odlišná od firemního prostředí a kde se lidi věnují neziskovým projektům. Zapojte se do podpory své komunity a lidí v ní. Všichni si zaslouží naší pozornost. Důležitý je pocit, že jsme součástí běžného života a jedné společnosti. Nechte se inspirovat lidmi, kteří ocení setkání s vámi. Kde má vaše skutečná pomoc cenu zlata? A kde je slovo děkuju, milý úsměv nebo nespoutané obětí neměřitelnou odměnou a emočním zážitkem, který vás nutí zůstat, pomáhat dál a pokračovat? Pro spoustu organizací je podpora dobrovolníků klíčová a někdy i jednorázová pomoc dobrovolnická může znamenat strašně moc. Proto vás vyzývám, odložte na jeden den svoje notebooky, mobily, vyberte si veřejně prospěšnou organizaci a zapojte se. Společně se mnou pojďte pomoct. Stačí strašně málo, jenom se zaregistrovat na portálu zapojimse.cz. Já u toho budu taky a těším se, že potkám třeba právě vás. Tak já už jsem se zaregistrovala, tak to udělejte taky. A děkuji, že pomáháte. Darujte svým zaměstnancům jeden den, který stráví pomocí potřebným, podporou své komunity i spoluprací s kolegy. Dopřejte jim jedinečný zážitek s přesahem do společenské odpovědnosti, při kterém získají nové zkušenosti i nový pohled na svět. Pro spoustu organizací může být i jednorázová pomoc klíčová. Přidejte se k ostatním firmám, registrujte své zaměstnance ke každoročnímu dni firemního dobrovolnictví Give and Gain Day. Rozšiřte skupinu dobrovolníků, kterým záleží na okolí a kteří chtějí dělat něco, co má opravdu smysl. Pojďte do toho s námi.
Já si myslím, že potřeba je změnit celý ten pohled na tu rodičovskou. Ne jako dobu, kdy rodič je s dítětem doma. A my teda se snažíme, aby to finančně přežil a proto mu dáváme rodičovskou. A moje vlastní zkušenost je, že já mám 5 dětí a v podstatě celou dobu, když jsem s nima na mateřský byla, to bylo 13 let. Takže já jsem opravdu strávila 13 let na rodičovský dovolený a každý den z té rodičovské dovolený jsem pracovala.
Já mám 3 děti během 4 let a úplně osobně se mě to dotýkalo, že jsem najednou zůstala doma a ten kontakt s tou prací jsem neměla. Zároveň doma byly ty děti, které potřebovaly tu péči a já jsem jim ji chtěla dát. Hodně jsem se té práci věnovala, hodně jsem se tam realizovala a pak najednou přišla mateřská, bum a prostě nějak úplně jsem se odtrhávala od toho odborného světa. A vlastně, když člověk vůbec do té práce nechodí, tak třeba po 6 letech přijde najednou do práce. Jo, a teďka prostě 6 let byl doma, tam nebyli žádný dospělí lidi, teď s nima musí jít jako na ten oběd, neví, co se s nima má říkat, jo. Tak najednou to byl hrozný šok, já jsem byla zvyklá na ten svůj vlastně klid relativní a teďka jsem byla mezi těma lidma. Tady ten model, že jeden je úplně vytržený z nějakého toho světa těch dospělých, mi nepřijde úplně šťastný. Za mě je ideální model ten, že se ti dva střídají, každý vlastně pracuje na tom částečném úvazku, ale oba dva mají zároveň ten kontakt s tou prací a zároveň ten kontakt s těmi dětmi. No. Ono to není tak, že vlastně když je někdo muž, tak automaticky nechce s těma dětma být. Naopak kolem sebe vidím spoustu chlapů, kteří s těma dětma chtějí být.
Žena byla s dítětem, který se narodil dřív, doma. Už takhle, to je náročný být doma s dítětem určitě a teďka ještě do toho tohle. Takže se nám to takhle jako scházelo a já jsem si v průběhu toho času jako uvědomil, že by bylo fajn, když jsem viděl tu zátěž, která jde na moji ženu, že by bylo fajn si to občas vyměnit. Aby zase dělala něco jiného, aby jsem trošku jí ulevil, aby jsme se vyměnili tu zátěž, která je jiná, když člověk chodí do práce, a než když je doma s dítětem. No, ten reálný stav, který by fakt pomohl věci, by asi fakt mohla být nějaká klouzavá rodičovská. Myslím si, že by to bylo fajn.
My už jsme si teď za covidu vyzkoušeli, že ta finanční pomoc státu se dá čerpat po dnech. A pokud šla rodičovská za covidu čerpat po dnech, tak není žádný důvod, aby nešla rodičovská i bez covidu čerpat po dnech. A aby se oni ty dva rodiče nemohli střídat. A ten princip, proč je to výhodný, je, že ani jeden z nich nepřijde o kvalifikaci, ani jeden z nich nestrácí ty roky praxe.
Dokážu si představit, že bych takhle fungoval se svojí ženou, že ona by to měla stejně, že bychom víceméně tak jako do sebe pěkně jako s těmi svýma časovýma dispozicema zapadli.
A aby ty firmy tomu vycházely vstříc, aby si uvědomili, že když někoho ztratí na 3 roky, že to je větší ztráta, než když ho ztratí jenom pondělí a úterý. Aby tak nějak všichni se vzdali té myšlenky, že to musí být jeden doma, jeden v práci a aby se zamysleli nad tím, že existují i nějaké jiné varianty. Mně se dokonce podařilo teď změnit tu práci tím směrem, že jsem se vlastně naučila to programování taky během té rodičovské. A v Gasnetu mě vzali prostě jako nějakého juniorního programátora.
Tady v Gasnetu moje zkušenost je taková, že je to prostředí, který rodičům fandí. Aspoň takovou mám zkušenost.
společnost je diverzitní, takže je logické a správné, abychom toho využívali i v rámci zaměstnávání lidí, aby i pestré týmy tvořily pestré produkty pro celou společnost.
My name is Ayesha Reiki. I'm Canada's ambassador to the Czech Republic. I'm also a wife and a mother of 2 teenage children. Diversity and inclusion is, those are big words, but I think at their heart, for me as a manager and as a leader, it's about creating healthy, happier, and more productive, creative, innovative workplaces. The result of diversity and inclusion, when it's done well and when it's done successfully, is that individuals feel like they belong to the organization. They feel that they can bring their whole selves to work. When you bring more people around the table and you have diverse perspectives, you see things that you didn't see before. You maybe have new ideas and new solutions, which when they come together, give birth to something quite incredible.
Vůbec si nejsem jistá, že bych do tohohle šla jako se svým prvním dítětem. Myslím si, že bych jako nechtěla se nechat připravit o tu zkušenost. Pak vlastně jsem viděla i to, jak ty děti prospívají v té školce, jak jim vlastně pomáhá ten kolektiv, jak jsou rádi spolu a jako s těma kamarádama. A díky tomu jsem vlastně ztratila tu zábranu v tom, že jakoby to funguje, i když jim dám ten prostor být s někým jiným.
My jsme měli 1 rok od toho, abychom se oddělili jako Gasnet od Inoji.
Ten projekt vlastně začal jako strašně rychle. Já jsem nastoupila vlastně ve fázi jakoby přípravy toho projektu a od začátku to jelo vlastně hrozně intenzivním tempem. Na to, jak ambiciozní to bylo, tak to šlo vlastně překvapivě dobře. A takhle bych řekla, že jsme úspěšně jeli asi 8 měsíců, když vlastně poprvé přišla jako velká krize. Já si to jako pamatuju jako dneska, byla jsem prostě s dětma na výletě někde na horách, v přírodě a do toho telefonát, hele, je to jako v háji, máme tady prostě krizový meeting, řešíme vlastně s dodavatelem, co s tou situací budeme dělat.
Teď tam vzadu pobíhaly ty děti prostě a byl to fakt jako mazec tam, jo. Já vlastně jsem to dlouho ani nevěděl, že ona má 3 děti, ona má prostě 9, 7 a měla na začátku 8měsíční dítě, jako jo, to je úplně pro mě. A my jsme moc jako ohledy nebrali a tím pádem prostě ona do toho šla jako plnohodnotný člen týmu a tady jako nebylo moc prostor na to, aby jsme byli k někomu nějaký jako sluníčkářský. Já vlastně za sebe jako vnímám to, že Hanka i přenáší ten rodinný svět do toho firemního v tom, že vlastně ona je takový pečovací typ, jo. Já bych třeba neměl trpělivost na to, prostě se pořád s někým bavit dokola a vysvětlovat mu něco.
Ta krize zrodila nové hvězdy. Ukázali se vlastně lidi z pozadí těch týmů, kteří najednou vstoupili do popředí a jako v těch dalších týdnech vlastně si to vzali za své a vlastně dokopali ten projekt do konce. Takže díky nim jsme jakoby tu krizi zvládli a posunuli vlastně ten go live toho projektu pouze o 2 měsíce.
Ale bylo to super. Byla to super jízda.
Myslím si, že jako dítě je úplně skvělá věc v životě, ale není to jako důvod pro to přestat být jako sám sebou a realizovat se i v jiných věcech, které člověka baví. Naopak věřím tomu, že když člověk dělá to, co jako má rád a daří se mu to aspoň část toho času věnovat těm věcem, který má rád, tak dokáže být i dobrým rodičem a vlastně příkladem pro ty děti, protože i tím se ty děti jakoby něco učí. A není to o tom, že třeba řídí takhle velký projekt. Já sama jsem vlastně spoustu let pracovala jako na částečný úvazek s dětma, kdy vlastně ta rodina byla víc na mě. A pak vlastně, když jsem tu šanci měla a ten čas jakoby jsem měla, tak jsem vlastně tyhle ty zkušenosti mohla zužitkovat. A byly to vlastně oni, které mi jako dopomohly i k té roli. Bez nich bych vlastně těžko mohla vůbec mít ambici takovýhle projekt řídit.
So I watched the video of Hannah's story, and again, I think there's a real practical, honest story there that many of us can relate to. What it is when we first have children and we want to be with them and bear witness to every step and new word and, achievement at school, but also what it is to have a drive and a motivation to contribute to professional work and world, and was really happy to see it and inspired by it. Part of my job is to live actually all over the world, and with my family we've moved all over the world, and I'd say what I have learned is that countries learn from each other. I think that Canada has a lot to learn from the Czech Republic, and Czech Republic can also learn from Canada's experience, and in the exchange that we find kind of what we need in a moment. So for me, what it's come down to is frankly connecting to the people here in the Czech Republic who are committed to these issues to see what we can learn from each other. The key is learning and being willing to keep learning and to know that you're going to make some mistakes, but to learn from them, to be honest about those mistakes, and then to commit to keep doing better. I think that there is room to really see that there is untapped potential that we can all benefit from.
Taky už jste přemýšleli o tom, že uděláte něco, co má opravdu smysl, něco, čím podpoříte svoje okolí. Něco, kde potkáte nové lidi a získáte nové zkušenosti. Něco, čím posílíte týmového ducha, ale obohatí to i vás samotné. A uděláte něco, co někomu jiné.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a great pleasure for each presenter to be welcoming us after lunch. I hope you had a nice lunch break, that you took rest and got a new boost of energy. Now, my name is Jana Skalková. For many years, I've been working for the Diversity Chapter. Now I have a new position. I work as a head of the cabinet expert team at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, and this is a great opportunity for us to move things forward also at the legislative level. In our workshop this afternoon, we should speak about this big project, which is called Diversity and Inclusion Masterclass. This project is funded by the European Commission. It comes from the CERR program, and it was launched in 2021. Why was this project launched at all? As has been mentioned in the morning, it is really important to speak about diversity in the company. It is important to have a strategy and to set up goals and objectives, to discuss best practice, what works for each groups, what doesn't work. And we should discuss it at two levels. The first one is measurability. There is this compass project, and then the second part of this project seeks to develop the Masterclass guide, which is currently developed, and I'm sure we are going to hear more about that. So, apart from these companies, there are other companies very active in this field, and those are McDonald's, IKEA, and Exxon, who unfortunately were not able to attend this event today, but I'm really happy to have 6 people from 6 companies. The first one is Mrs. Helena Steinerová. Kamila Černá, who works for Accession Czech Republic. Then Helena Steinerová, Senior Manager Recruitment Development and Employer Brand, Kasnet. Then Sherin Abazejda, Chief Culture and Diversity Officer Human Resources, Komerční banka. Then Simona Dalihodová, Diversity Officer working for Raiffeisen Bank. Then Ladislav Kučera, who's a Human Resources Director for SAP Czech Republic. And finally, Martina Zimmermann, Diversity Manager at Škoda Auto. I remember back in 2008, 2009, we started looking at this topic of diversity, and we were very much in doubt, thinking whether this is the topic for the business world at all. But now, when I look at the list of our panelists today, 3 of them are actually diversity officers or diversity managers. So this only shows how important the topic is, and that there are actually special people in the company assigned for that. Our objective today is that you present what you are going to contribute to the guide and how you want to inspire others. And let me also say that our panel today very much reflects the diversity principle, but it's also very much diverse in terms of sectors. We have IT sector, banking sector, GasNet. Then we have a large manufacturing company here. We have the technological support people here. So this is yet another proof of diversity at the labor market, and I'm very much looking forward to our workshop this afternoon. I understand that you have prepared some presentations today, and first I would like to give the floor to Jana from Accenture. Thank you. First, let me introduce our company. I have been working for Accenture for 19 years. That's for a very long time, and I can only confirm how far we moved in the field of diversity. And I will also speak about our special project in this area. We are a global company. We have over 700,000 people working for us in more than 120 countries. We started working in the Czech Republic in 1991, so last year we celebrated the 30th anniversary, and we have 2,300 employees. Inclusion and diversity is a very important topic for our company, and it's something that actually works. It works because we want our people to be happy in their working environment. We want them to be healthy, both physically and mentally, and to be able to use their full potential. So inclusion and diversity is really an important topic for Accenture, and it's nothing new. What I want to share with you is that we have our targets in this field. We are a global company, so each year we receive the list of topics we could deal with, and then it's up to us what we actually do, what we decide to choose as our priorities here in Prague. That's the list of 5 priorities we have in Prague. So the first one is mental and physical health. I'm going to speak about that a little bit later, because this is our main project for Masterclass. When we were trying to introduce it, we were thinking, is this a good topic? How is this going to look from the outside? Maybe people will think we have burnt out employees, but no, believe me, it really worked. It works very well. It's a very important topic. First, there was just mental health, but then during the COVID pandemic, we also added the issue of physical health. So we organize all kinds of activities, running with running coaches, the nutrition advice, and so on. Then support to LGBT community, then gender equality. It's very important as well. We have set up our targets in this area. One thing that is a big challenge of us is to bring more women in the management team, and the last but not least is integrating more women in the IT. As you may know, yesterday the big conference Women Go Tech was organized, and it tries to make women rethink their career and get more in the IT sector. The fourth topic is better inclusion of people with disabilities, and the fourth is the fifth topic is cultural diversity. We really are a global company with people from more than 70 nationalities. Then, next, that's this big project with which we contribute to Masterclass, and it's the mental health program. We have three main pillars. The first one is training. We organize all kinds of trainings, both in the form of webinars, that is, we invite professionals, for instance, psychologists, and they speak about prevention of burnout. During the COVID pandemic, our employees said they would like to speak more about interhuman relations. So we try to listen to them and we try to respond accordingly. Then apart from these webinars, we organize so many other activities, including, for example, online cooking sessions and many other events that help promote engagement of our employees. The second pillar is assistance provided to our employees. We have a mentor who provides psychological, legal and financial counseling, and this is provided not only to employees but also to their families, because it's very important to keep the whole family of our employees happy and satisfied. And this line works 24/7. There is a psychologist, legal advisor or financial advisor present all the time. The third pillar that we have is rather unique. I believe that we in Accenture were pioneers in this regard. And what we have here is a group of what we call mental health allies. These are people who help with mental health issues. What this is about? Basically, this group of people are our employees, volunteers, who said, yes, we believe this is an important topic for our company. We want to work with that because we see some of our people maybe are not okay. So what shall we do? Shall we talk to them somewhere in the corridor or in the when we stand at the coffee machine? Shall we ask them, are you okay? Do you need some help? The important thing is that you work with people and provide advice. So these mental health allies, they are not professionals, they are not therapeutic workers, but they provide this informal assistance. I am one of them, actually. So we are trying to listen to our people and tell them that if you need some professional help, just come and talk to me and maybe we can find a solution together. You know, and sometimes it's sufficient just that you listen to the people and then you guide them towards more professional assistance. We put this program together in 2018. At that time, we had 23 mental health allies trained. And this year we doubled the number. So now we have 48 mental health allies, and I already know 20 other people are interested in this. So this is something that really works. Finally, of course, we also support people coming from Ukraine. We are trying to support people who had to flee their country, and I will try to keep it brief because I understand we don't have so much time. We managed to provide jobs to 4 people from Ukraine. 3 of them are women. On Monday, another person should join us, and we are trying to support them. We give them relocation packages. We organize 10-week intensive courses of the Czech language, and then we also provide them with telemedicine services in Ukraine and then counseling services in Ukrainian as well. So that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. And let me get back to what the speaker of the Chamber of Deputies was speaking a while ago, that the figures from yesterday show that so far 60,000 people with refugee status managed to find their job. 18,000 of them are men, which is interesting, so it's not only women. And I really congratulate you that you offered 5 jobs to these women. And let me also say 5 jobs that actually correspond to these people's qualifications. Because this is a big topic since the very beginning of the crisis, that we don't want to abuse these people and their situation and give them low-skilled jobs only. Now we open this really important topic in the post-COVID period. It's a horizontal issue. This mental health issue in the Czech Republic, unfortunately, there's a big shortage of people providing these services. How difficult was it to show your people in this very technologically oriented company that this is an important topic? Yes, it was difficult. It was a big challenge at the beginning. People were not very much interested in this, but it was natural process, spontaneous process, and some of our people eventually said, why don't we get together? Why don't we really help people in this regard? What was very useful was that we organized some webinars on that, and it's about people, that people simply care about each other in our company, and that we open this topic. We are not afraid to speak about things like this, and it's very helpful, actually. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. I hope maybe we can talk about it a little bit more in a Q&A session. But now, I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Helena Steinerová from Gasnet company. Helena, we already heard in the morning about what your company does in this field. So now it's over to you.
Just a question first. Gasnet. Who is Gasnet? What sector are we active in? I hope you remembered that from my colleague's presentation this morning. We are an energy company. We are a gas distributor. Distribution is not sale, but it is distribution of gas to where it is supposed to flow. Could I ask for the next slide, please? As I've said, we are a leader in natural gas distribution, and now we are preparing to transition to new types of gases in order to support the EU-wide strategy. Our share on the territory of the Czech Republic is 80%, so with the exception of Prague and the South Bohemian region, we are everywhere. We have 2,300 employees, and please, next slide. We also have a strong international environment. Our company is it is owned by the Mira Group, the Macquarie company, BSI and Allianz. As I've mentioned, we have 2,300 employees, and this shows you more details on how diverse we are, but we're not very diverse in terms of the gender representation. We only have 26% of women. And obviously our objective is to increase that percentage, but we are a very technological company, so this is not easy to do, and we need to really work with schools at all levels from primary level up, and hopefully this figure will go up. We have 279 people in top management, and out of that 40 are women. The average age is 47, so that's mainly the sandwich generation. So obviously the issues we are dealing with in terms of diversity are very much linked to this generation. Now, to illustrate where diversity and inclusion belong within our company, it's part of our ESG strategy, because S stands for social, ESG means environmental, social and governance. As I've said, diversity is part of the social dimension of this strategy, where we support the development of corporate culture that is flexible, open to the world, and inclusive. Now, what is covered by the social dimension? There are 5 of them. One of them is diversity, and then also it's biodiversity, that's part of it. We also support education because, as I've said, we would like to attract more women to technology. And that goes hand in hand with education. And we also support people who find themselves in difficult situations, such as, for example, the tornado in Moravia last year, and also, for example, the situation in the Ukraine right now. That's part of our social strategy. Diversity. We've implemented a diversity and inclusion strategy, which has been approved by the management board, and it is based on 5 main topics which make sense to us in terms of values. It's gender equality, number 1. Number 2 is age. Number 3 is health and work-life balance. Just like in Accenture, we also focus on not only physical but also mental health. Then we also support the LGBT community, and we also focus on our own diversity. As Erika has explained, there are major differences between regions, so we are focusing on overcoming those differences and barriers. In order to monitor how functional this strategy is, we have set several KPIs. Just to show you some examples here, we have committed that the management board, that we will provide reports to our management board, but also to other stakeholders. So there is regular monitoring, where we focus on fairness between men and women, where we monitor the so-called gender gap. We have discovered that there indeed is a gender gap that is due to people leaving for parental leave, etc. And we have committed to decrease that gender pay gap by 2%, which we have succeeded in. And that's also thanks to the reporting, because we also provide reports to our management board on pay gap, on gender pay gap. In terms of other KPIs, I would also like to mention our commitment to draw up control documents on diversity. So diversity and the importance of it is part of our code of ethics. And the 4th pillar is also awareness raising. And that's why we are here. Actually, because we also support diversity not only internally but also externally. Our KPIs have led us improve in the international monitoring and rating is the so-called GRESB form questionnaire, which also, among other topics, deals with diversity. And compared to 2020, thanks to the Diversity Charter and the accession to a Diversity Charter, as you can see, thanks to our partnership with Business for Society, we have been able to gain the maximum score, and we hope we'll be able to maintain that for the future. And I'm saying this to perhaps provide inspiration to you, because very often we need these exact figures and indicators to be able to measure where we are and where we want to go. Erika has mentioned communities previously, and I would like to mention several important partnerships which enable us to create an inclusive environment. In terms of internal communities, we have digital ambassadors, we have a cultural team, and we have our own team of coaches and mentors who help us with development. I'm not going to talk in more detail about the culture ambassadors and the digital ambassadors, because my colleague told you in the morning. But when it comes to coaches and mentors, those are our employees who have been trained, and in their free time, they help our employees with individual development and progress. Anyone in the company can get in touch with them whenever they feel like they would like to or need to develop in some way. We have international certifications for all these mentors. You cannot really see them, but our employees are able to see them on the web, on the intranet. We have a tool that helps us with diversity and inclusion. It's the Arnold chatbot. Erika, I believe, introduced it very well in the morning. And we also are currently working on the inclusion of newcomers. Thanks to the chatbot, Arnold, we are now able to integrate new recruits far more easily and quickly now, because the chatbot talks to them every month and receives feedback from them on how they feel about their inclusion. And then obviously when we receive, we are alerted to any possible issues. In terms of diversity, we have several partners. Let me just list three. Our main partner is Business for Society, Business pro společnost. Then Czechitas, all of you probably know that. That's support for women in IT and technology. And the LGBT community, Prague Pride. In order to support my colleague from Accenture, yes, I confirm that it is extremely important to support mental health, work-life balance, etc., and mental well-being. And there we also cooperate with several non-profit organizations such as Nevypušť duši or Luno. And there we also support new psychologists and students of psychology and medicine. The GRESP questionnaire, which I've mentioned, was a very useful tool for us. That's an international questionnaire on sustainability, which helps us continue to move forward and make progress. And I have to boast a little bit. We ranked third internationally in our sector. Thank you very much, Helena. Now, this manual that we mentioned in the morning is supposed to inspire other companies, other individuals, regardless of the sector they are active in, and they tell them where to start and what to focus on. We had a presentation by Ctirat Lolek in the morning, representing Komerční banka, but your example, I believe, also showed very well how important it is to set precise targets and monitor them, and how important it is to have a support from your management. How long did it take you to make that improvement? Just 1 year. So it was really since the moment we signed the charter. I have my colleague Bětka Hesová, who also worked on that very hard. The first questionnaire was brought horrible results for us, really, but we actually used that as an opportunity to improve, and then during a single year we were able to improve so well. Well, yes, if you measure, you manage. That's what business management manuals usually say. Well, let me just add that the questionnaire really keeps an eye on us. We have to fill it in every year, and you really can't leave any box out. Okay, thank you very much. As I've said, now we have a representative of one of the two representatives of bank, Ms. Sherry Abazadova from Komerční banka. So what was your inspiration? Well, before I start, I will introduce my colleague Tomáš Talaš, who is head of the employee service team, and he provided a lot of the insights and inputs into that presentation. Now, obviously, Komerční banka is not an unknown entity. It's one of the 3 largest banks in the Czech Republic, and it's also part of the Société Générale Group and has been so since 2001. Currently, we employ 6,700 employees, and more than 50% are women. It's 62%. We have 216 branches in all over the Czech Republic, and we serve more than 1.6 million clients across segments, from natural persons to small businesses, all the way to municipalities and large corporations. Now, when you take a look at the figure, i.e. the number of our employees, you see immediately by that, by definition, we must be diverse. We have people in the branches, at headquarters, we have IT specialists, lawyers, communication specialists. We also have a lot of people who work using agile management method. So diversity is really not just an empty word for us. It's something that we've been working on for a while now. It's one of the strategic topics also for Société Générale as a group. There are a lot of activities that we do in this area. We are a gold signatory of the charter. We joined 2 years ago. Last year, we also became part of the group-wide international initiative Je me sans elle. The objective of that initiative is to achieve gender equality, and among the 5 objectives in inclusion and diversity, gender equality is one of them. We measure these objectives and targets every year, and obviously we have a specific percentage and figure we would like to achieve. In terms of gender equality, we also focus on gender pay gap, i.e. on equal remuneration for men and women, and we also support flexibility. In other words, we support flexible working arrangements and part-time work. And the last pillar, the last objective, is the support for people from disadvantaged groups. In our case, it is mainly single parents, single mothers, and this year, or rather during this academic year, we have also included 3 university students with a Roma background, and they are now part of our trainee program. Let me now continue. I would just like to add that these objectives are part of the ESG strategy within the S dimension, i.e. social, and we also fill in a sustainability report every year, and this particular aspect is part of the monitoring. As I've said, Komerční banka has undergone an immense change recently, during the past 2 years especially. It's KB change 2025. We've transferred to agile management, which is a major change. We are digitalizing. There's automation. We use robots. That's becoming the new norm. And the bank is becoming a technology company, because that is the very foundation on which we can build. Next slide, please. Now, on the next 2 slides, we will be talking about topics which we believe might help us create a diverse and inclusive working environment for our employees and help us create a respectful, inclusive corporate culture. We want to make sure that the working environment is pleasant for our employees. We want them to enjoy working for us and become ambassadors of our brand. Now, the first main topic is flexibility and work-life balance. That's obviously a very topical issue, especially in the post-COVID era. And maybe I will ask my colleague Tomáš later to give us his comments on this too. And then we also have another topic, which is assistance provided to people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Now, on the first topic, as you can see on the screen, smart office. That's what we call our new style of work. It might not be new to many of you. It's been in place for a while. Obviously, it tends to be a slightly bigger challenge for large companies to make their working arrangements more flexible and to make that part of the corporate culture. Because obviously, in a large company, you have a diverse workforce with diverse work styles, so it's slightly more complicated. But after 2 years, I can say that we started introducing this concept 2 years ago, at the very beginning of the pandemic, and we've done very well. Our smart office is based on 4 pillars. That's work from home, then shared jobs. In other words, not all of our employees have their own office. 60% of our employees have stable workplaces, so every team has 60% of their workplaces that are permanent. Then we have a system of job rotations. So based on an agreement with the manager, the employees agree on who works from home and who works from the office. And then we have a virtual work environment. So we use Skype, Teams, online meetings, hybrid meetings, etc. The smart office concept, just like any other concept of flexible work, needs clear rules which are agreed by the employer and the boss. There are rules for work from home, rules applicable to work from the office, rules applicable to availability of employees, and rules on meetings, i.e. when does the team meet in the office, when are hybrid meetings provided, etc. And the last thing is operational models. Individual teams need to set their own model of operation, and that would be, let's say, an umbrella concept. So that's a part of the operating model together with job rotation. Smart office is voluntary. It's not a mandatory concept. So even though 60% of our workplaces are permanent, we are also able to deal with a situation where an employee contacts us and tells us that they are unable to work from home. We have shared jobs, as I've said, and decentralization. Every person decides on their own working arrangements. And then the last important point is monitoring. We monitor our employees' satisfaction. We ask them whether the communication is satisfactory, whether the tools available are sufficient, etc. We use KB Plus, our internal monitoring tool. Currently, the first wave is finished, where we contacted 1/3 of our employees, both at the headquarters and in the branches. And based on the results, 3/4 of our employees are happy with the way Smart Office works. And when we ask them about how they feel about their work, 90% say that Smart Office makes their work easier, or at least just as good as okay, we have very little time, so I'll need to speed up.
Okay, so let's move on. Here you can see support to our employees in different life situations. It is done through these individual activities that are unified under the KB4U new web program. We launched it at the beginning of this year. The first one, support to single parents. For instance, this year, for the first time, we organized a summer camp for children of single parents, primarily meant for these children. Then, contributions when people come earlier from their parental leave, so that parents can pay for childcare services. Then, high-risk life insurance. Each of our 6,700 employees has got this insurance, and in case the person dies, their family gets 24 monthly wages, so that the family is provided for this initial difficult period. Then we have the counseling program provided by a commercial bank. This is something new which we launched last year. It was also linked to other activities such as psychological counseling, legal counseling, crisis intervention, and we even used to have the COVID helpline when it was very relevant. The counseling and advisory program is running on 24/7 basis. Then let me mention online health care services. This is something new. We launched it only this year, and this is very much appreciated. It's appreciated by our staff and their family members. And the last one is social assistance. We have some social funds, so in case our employees find themselves in an unexpected, difficult situation, for instance, losing their partner or in case of long-term illness and so on, that's what we provide. The last slide, helping Ukraine. Yes, we are helping Ukraine as well. We heard a lot about that in our morning session. We contributed 20 million to support Ukraine, out of which 12 million crowns were collected by our employees. We provide accommodation. It has been described in the morning that we provided our training center for this accommodation. Then, Czech language courses, how to write your CV in Czech, how to get ready for a job interview. Then we help these refugees with their integration in the Czech society. We help them find accommodation, and we also decided to provide this medical counseling in the Ukrainian language. Thank you very much. That has been very inspiring. Now, can we move to the second bank representative, Simona Dalihodová from Raiffeisen Bank? Yes, I'm just going to wait for my presentation. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. My name is Simona Dalihodová. I am from Raiffeisen Bank. And apart from my remuneration agenda, I also work as the diversity officer. Raiffeisen Bank is the 5th largest bank in the Czech Republic. We have around 3,400 employees, and right now we have 1.4 million clients. Please move back. We try to have a very client-friendly and also employee-friendly culture. We care about company culture and good relations. And if you ask any of our employees, I believe that's what they will speak about, that it's very much appreciated by them. When it comes to diversity, in our bank, we started looking at this topic in the 3rd quarter in 2020. That's when we had the first meeting with our general director, Anka Fajmon, and we were trying to define what diversity means for Raiffeisen Bank. We were trying to define our strategy and how we want to achieve it. At that time, we already found out we were doing quite a lot in this field, but we just didn't have any comprehensive strategy. Now, let me share with you our best practices. The first one is you need to go from top to the bottom. So we started with our board of directors. We prepared a workshop for them, and we were trying to present to them what diversity actually means, that it's not just about men and women, but that it's about many other things and how it is important for the business. Then we set up clear KPIs, both qualitative and quantitative ones. We focus on parents, and we want to ensure the return rate of our parents is 70%. Right now, in 2021, it was 57%, and we are really happy about it, because back in 2020, it was only 25%. Another big issue is part-time work. That has been already mentioned several times here at this event today. Right now we are at 7.6%, and our aim is to get at the EU average level. The last but not least, we seek to have more women in top management positions. We have the joint objective 35%. Right now the figure is 18%, but still we improved here significantly. Over the past year, this figure went up by 4%, which is a great success because there are actually not that many people in top management. We organize many training events for our employees, workshops, panel discussions. During Diversity Month last year, we organized some 15 events related to this topic, and the same goes for this year. These events were attended by more than 500 people, which is a great success. The last but not least, communication. Communication is very important, open and transparent communication. The biggest target group we look at are parents. Here we want to focus on this in Diversity Masterclass as well. We focus on current parents and also on parents to be, so that people know what they should get ready before they go on the parental leave, what kind of contacts they need, who they will have to stay in touch. When people go on parental leave, we stay in touch with them. We have a special Facebook site for them. We have online tools for them. We invite them to online events, to bank events, or we may even organize special workshops just for them, relevant for parents. Then we also help with people coming back to work after their parental leave. We try to offer them part-time jobs as much as possible. In conclusion, I would like to say a few words about the very current topic, and that is the situation in Ukraine. We are trying to do our best to help as much as possible. Our assistance is implemented in 3 areas. First, general assistance. We organized the Day for Ukraine, where our employees had an opportunity to contribute one day, an equivalent on 1 day of 1 day wage for Ukraine. We collected almost 10 million Czech crowns, and the bank topped this up to 20 million, and it was sent to the NGO people in need. Then we were trying to provide accommodation and food and education to some 700 refugees. The bank spent 50 million Czech crowns on that. We also help our clients. Our internet banking has been translated into Ukrainian. We opened over 24,000 bank accounts for Ukrainian refugees, and we contributed on these bank accounts as in form of direct assistance. In this way, we contributed 31 million Czech crowns. When it comes to diversity, we also were trying to help our employees who have some direct links to Ukraine. We were offering them psychological counseling. We were offering them extra days off so they could go and help their families. We organized workshops. There was direct communication by our CEO, who spoke about the situation. It was even covered by the media. I believe that's all. Yeah, I have many questions, but we are really under some time pressure, and we are going to hear from 2 more companies. So I would like to give the floor directly to Mr. Ladislav Kučera from the sub company, because I think that this topic that you bring in the Czech society is quite unique. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I deliver my presentation, let me just say we were trying to be rather unique. And rather than speaking about diversity in the traditional sense of word, we decided to speak about neurodiversity in employment, and it's called autism at work. First, general introduction. Some people call us SAP, others rather say SAP. We are the European software company, probably the largest IT company in Europe, one of the biggest. We have our headquarters in Europe. In the Czech Republic, we have over 2,500 employees. And in this group, we have over 93 nationalities, and we speak more than 70 languages. So I think we are a very interesting employer in this regard. Our software is what we call B2B, and 77% of top Czech businesses use our software. And globally speaking, over 70% of all transactions across the world go through our software, SAP. In the Czech Republic, we have 4 entities in 3 local areas and in 2 cities. These are the main pillars of diversity and inclusion. I'm not going to speak about CSR because we have many activities delivered there, but let me just look at some of these activities that are supported by all our employees, including top management. Autism at work, Pride at SAP, that's support given to LGBT, Be Epic, Business Women Network, and then Working Positively. This is something that we do together with IBM. We signed the Working Positively chart. That's support given to people who are HIV positive or people with hidden illnesses or diseases, such as people who are depressed or some other invisible diseases that you can't really see. Now, here, that's about our strategy. I'm not going to speak about that at great length, but is diversity and inclusion a topic for us? Well, not really. Let me say it's an integral part of our culture. It's not just something topical. No, it's an integral part of our culture. And there's not even no doubt we deal with it. We simply do. We are just more like looking for new trends in this regard. And we want to create such an environment that will treat people in a fair and respectful manner, both globally and in the Czech Republic. Now, this may be something new for you, and that's the SAP Autism at Work. Together in cooperation with NOTICE, which is the National Institute for Autism in the Czech Republic. And what we do, we are trying to give work and to support people who have some disorders in the autistic spectrum. Right now we have 11 colleagues who have some autistic issues, and they work on different positions in our company. Not only software development, but maybe compliance or financial unit. Now we need to give these people some other support and some other services, and what we provide them is support in their job and support in their personal life. We also have this employee assistance program that includes psychologists, people providing intervention management services, crisis intervention, and so on. However, when you have this person with autistic disorders, you need to provide them with something more, with some other assistance. And you need to also give support to their families, and it has to be a part of the whole process. We already take this into account at the recruitment stage because someone who has an autistic disorder can't go through a standard recruitment procedure. You really need to take some specific features into account. For instance, the person may not look into your eyes the whole time during the job interview, but you have to understand it and view it differently than normally. So we are trying to find ways how to support these people. Now, this also generates great business effect for us because neurodiversity and work can be very beneficial in some way. Then on this next slide, you can see that we are trying to raise awareness about this program. We are trying to inform our partners to motivate them start thinking about it. There are really lots of advantages, and this is a great investment. Especially when you think at the current situation at the Czech labor market, and people with various neuro disorders are often ignored and are not given a fair chance. I apologize, I didn't do these translations, but I hope it will be clear for you. The main motto is bring everything you are and become everything you want. In our context, basically, it means that people should be happier, and then they are more engaged, and then they become more satisfied with their work. So this has been a very, very brief introduction in autism at work. Maybe then a few words in general. Yes, of course, we also support people from Ukraine. We have several programs. We have Stand for Ukraine program. We employed 60 new colleagues with the refugee status, and several other people are going through the recruitment procedure, and they may join us very soon. So we are proud of that. Then we were also thinking, what else can we do apart from giving money? And let me just mention, we collected over 2 million euro. 2 million euro, yes. So we decided to provide other assistance. Now, we gave all our employees what we call volunteering days. These are remunerated in a standard way, and they should use it before the end of June, and they should go and help people as a voluntary work, but it will be paid for us as their normal working hours. Let me just say the feedback here was enormous. And in the IT field, in this way, we offer 3,000 man days, which is really very high. Thank you. Thank you very much for providing us with these figures. That has been very inspiring. I must say we have actually even run out of time, but I believe as we hear more and more stories, more and more people will be inspired to look in that masterclass guide. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to our last panelist, and that's a person representing one of the biggest manufacturers in the Czech Republic, and it's Mrs. Martina Cimrman from Škoda Auto.
And I promise I will be very quick. All of you probably know Škoda Auto very well, so I'll just share with you a few points on the challenges for us. We have 35,000 employees. 24,000 of those are production workers and 3-shift operations. So as you can imagine, applying some measures in terms of diversity and inclusion is very specific. Skoda Auto is also specific in that we have a very strong trade union organization, our social partner, that we have to take on board whenever we take a decision in HR. We are a production company, but obviously technologies, innovations, IT, those are the number one topics, number one challenges for us. Women in management and gender balance is also something we are focusing on. We currently have 14.6% of women in management. We have thousands of measures, programs, educational programs, not only in this particular area, but we also focus on LGBT support, healthcare. We have a huge program called The Soul Matters, focusing on mental health. There's one interesting point I'd like to mention in terms of LGBTI+ is something we have to deal with in a very practical way, in a very detailed way, because if you have a person going through transition in production, then we have to focus on practical details such as rules, occupational safety and health, dressing rooms, etc. So these are very specific and very concrete issues we deal with. Just one example. Perhaps it might be of interest to you on how we celebrated the EU Diversity Month. At Skoda Auto, generally, we have an issue because not all of our employees view these topics in a positive way. And so when it comes to awareness, people don't really, it's not really very good. So we have decided to launch a new marketing campaign on 360 through competitions, which are fun to participate in. We also have made videos where any employee from any level was able to tell his or her story. We have a diversity strategy in the pipeline. We talk to various people, so there is a lot we are doing. And communications in terms of our plant, because we have 4 cities, dozens of buildings where we operate. So internal communication with our employees is also slightly more complex, and it doesn't always work online. So if we publish information online, it might not be ideal because 24,000 people in our company, working for our company, are not on the intranet. Now, Ukraine and Skoda Auto. This is again very specific in our case because we have a production partner in Ukraine, one company that supplies a lot of cable harnesses, specific parts to us, which had to close down. And as you also know, Skoda Auto is also responsible for the Russian market. That means that we had to close down our 2 plants in Russia. There are a lot of employees we have there, so we have been affected very seriously. But on the other hand, we've taken a lot of measures with 3 main pillars. The first is help to our employees who are from Ukraine, and our employees then help provided in Ukraine directly in the Solomon plant, which we turned into a special refugee center where these people can seek help. And then thousands of crowdfunding activities, etc. And the integration of refugees in the Czech Republic. Again, very similar to what my colleagues have said. We have a number of measures in place. And apart from that, we also provide psychological help. We have a helpline we provide, and we also have a large educational project in cooperation with Mladá Boleslav, the city of Mladá Boleslav, where we have trained 600 Ukrainians in the region of Mladá Boleslav. That's it. I was really fast, I think. Well, yes, you live diversity, as you mentioned on your last slide. Oh, indeed, we have a new claim. We are simply clever, as you know, and now we are also simply diverse. I believe that's a beautiful conclusion to our talk, including the logo. A lot of questions spring to mind, but unfortunately we are under a lot of time pressure. Thank you very much for this. This was big incentives for our listeners to take a look at the manual. Please monitor our website and the website of the project because you will be able to find more information there. Martina Zimmerman from Škoda Auto, thank you very much. Láďa Kučera from SAP. Simona Dalihodova representing Raiffeisen Bank. Sherin Abazaide and her colleague from Komerční banka, and Helena Steinerová from Gasnet, and Kamila Černá from Accenture. Thank you very much to all of you. This workshop had 120 participants following it, combined on the spot and online. Unfortunately, the speaker was speaking without the microphone. Welcome once again after the workshops. I hope you enjoyed them. And now let's move to the final phase of our conference. Those of you who have remained here definitely have a lot of energy and patience. Thank you for that. I'd like to welcome to the stage the two moderators of two of the workshops, Lucie Hronkova and Petr Bittner. Could you please just summarize your workshops, just to give us some brief information, and then I will also ask the representatives of Business for Society to come to the stage. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for the floor. Our workshops went fine. It was smooth. The speakers were so tuned into the discussion. They were so happy to give examples that they completely took over my role, and they were actually following my screenplay. So I was just an observer, more or less. We had two representatives of large corporations, and obviously we wanted to speak about diversity and inclusion generally, but for obvious reasons, we ended up discussing diversity and inclusion in terms of the Ukrainian crisis. We also had representatives of the one of the largest regional authorities, public administration authorities. So we also talked about potential dialogue between the private and the public sector, and we also talked about how different the experiences of these two sectors can be in terms of diversity and inclusion and incorporating diversity into strategies. It was very inspirational. I hope it was very inspirational for all of the participants. The audience also actively participated in the discussion, and that's it. Thank you. I have to admit that I have the exact same experience as Petr. I was not really necessary. They didn't need me, and they were amazing. We talked about diversity, inclusion, implementation strategies, LGBT strategy, age diversity. I hope all of the participants enjoyed it, because I definitely did. Thank you. Now, in conclusion, I would like to ask the Business for Society diversity team to the stage. And I'm so happy that I was able to say that name correctly without slipping and saying diversion team, because that had been my nightmare before this conference. Thank you very much once again for being here. It was a very pleasant experience, and have a nice day, and hopefully see you again in the future. Thank you very much to Petra Schwarzkauska for being an excellent moderator throughout the conference, and we look forward to further cooperation with you. The diversity team, obviously it's diversity, so it has to be a team, right? And we wanted to invite you to other events that we organize. The information was available on stream online all day. The National Day of Company of Volunteering is approaching, the Give Gain Day, as it's called. So we're inviting you to participate. If you're interested, get in touch with us. It's a nice event, nice celebration of company volunteering, so we look forward to that very much. And I would like to ask David Lemus to come to the stage. Could you please join us here? Because that's what we agreed on. We would like to announce this little secret, surprise for you rather. I'll say it in Czech and David will say it in English. We would like to invite you, thanks to Anheuser-Busch and their support, to a summer meeting of the Diversity Charter signatories. We would like to organize on the 21st of June, right before the summer break. It will be a cultural and social event, and it will take place at Brumlovka. at the Anheuser-Busch headquarters on a terrace. So it will be partly an expert meeting, but also a cultural and social opportunity and event. And we will also talk about the diversity index there, because we will be awarding our signatories for their results in that index. And the floor is David's. Děkuji mnohokrát za tento skvělý den. Byla to dnes skvělá konference, spousta podučení. Já jsem společně se svým týmem a ředitelem velice rád, že vás mohu skutečně přivítat, tedy pozvat na tuto oslavu, na tuto příležitost 21.6., abyste mohli také ochutnat naše piva. So this is the very end. And in conclusion, I would like to thank all of you so much for being so active. Thank you for being here. Thank you also to all the online participants, because we still have an audience connected online. You will also be able to see the recording. We would like to thank the Chamber of Deputies for their support, for making it possible for us to organize this event in this hall again. We would like to thank the Speaker of the Chamber, Ms. Pekarová-Adamová, for her support. We would like to thank all the partners once again, Komerční banka, Albert, Czech Republic, Gasnet and Provident Financial. Thank you so much for your support. And also thank you to the Heroine magazine for media support. You can already read a very interesting article in this magazine focusing on parents at work, where signatories to the Diversity Charter are specifically mentioned, and where we also introduce their programs focusing on parents at work. Thank you to all my team members here. And I will give the floor to my colleagues also, because we are indeed a team. We have been working on this together. We feel like this has been a success. So over to my colleague. Well, Pavel has basically said it all. So just thank you very much once again for coming. Thank you to the signatories for joining the Charter, for further supporting and disseminating the main idea. Thank you to the amazing speakers and panelists and the audience. And I hope I will see you again and cooperate with you in the future. Just to add a thank you to our interpreters, Pavlina and Adela, and thank you to Ms. Lucie Kubíčková, who all interpreted, provided whispered interpretation in A56 at one of the workshops. Thank you to both of our crews, Leontinka and Confess, for providing their services. Thank you to the photographer. We will do our best to make those photos available as soon as possible, hopefully today. And obviously on the www.diverzita.cz we will also issue an article on that, including the photos, obviously also the recording of the entire conference, including the workshops. All of that will be available there for you to view. Thank you to the moderators. And that's it. And right now we would like to ask all of you to please take a family photo with us.